got my foot up on the gas, full throttle till I crash. I'm back with a vengeance, you gon' see me end this. I will be ascending, I don't ever slack. I got my eyes on a prize, what I see for my life. I don't float, no I fly, do or die. Cause you gotta do or die, there ain't no compromise. Get ready for a fight.
Do you wanna see what you're made of? What if there was no one to save us? Would you leave it all on the pavement? Would you dye the ground with some stray blood? I just wanna find out my limits. I'ma put everything in it. I'm in this life to win it, and this is just the beginning. Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? I'll fight till I collapse. I'll fight till I collapse. Till I collapse. My energy is unmatched. I don't get tired, no I don't get gas. I'm back, still working to surpass. Everybody getting past, on my way up fast. No slap. So watch out for me now. Everybody in this town will be looking at my crown. I got my knuckles all wrapped, blood drips from the scabs, bloody fists from the jabs. Do you wanna see what you're made of? What if there was no one to save us? Would you leave it all on the pavement? Would you dye the ground with some stray blood? I just wanna find out my limits. I'ma put everything in it. I'm in this life to win it, and this is just the beginning. Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? I'll fight till I collapse. I'll fight till I collapse. I wake up every minute with the fever dreams. I push my mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Till until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I
Hello, welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's turn on the cameras here. Early start to a horrible Friday. Oh my god, this rain is driving me crazy. I had physical therapy this morning and that wasn't fun. And my body's just been feeling really bad. And I decided to come on here early just to get my mind off of my pain and aches. Need to take my medicine, which I'm going to do in a moment. Hopefully, it'll kill the pain and we'll have a really good show. I'm hoping to be on here for a good maybe 3-4 hours. We'll see. Got the nice, beautiful pink today. All rocking the pink. And let's get to the weather. Let's get to the news. Here we go. Let's start it up. We got maybe a nor'easter. Well, not really. Maybe a nor'easter is coming up here to the Northeast this weekend. So let's see what they have to say and the amount of snow we're going to get. I'm thinking maybe 10
Back here on America's Weather
inches.
Center, the snow finally melting. The ground perhaps won't be bare for very long. Yet another winter storm targeting the Northeast this weekend. Philadelphia, low-hanging cloud deck. Rain moving through this morning. Temperatures are in the 40s, but major cities along the I-95 corridor are bracing for a potentially powerful nor'easter. Millions should expect snow, but questions still remain on just how much. Let's bring in a meteorologist. Jersey residents love President and CEO of Norcast Media Group, Nor'easter, Nick Pittman. Nick, I'm so happy to chat with you. My family follows along with you down on the Jersey Shore. They always say to me, well, what's Nor'easter Nick have to say about it?
No, I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. I've been following along with your journey, so it's nice to connect virtually and talk about something that we both love and are passionate about, right?
Absolutely. So let's talk about it because a lot of chatter, and I'm sure you're getting flooded with questions. Here we are, another day closer to the weekend. How do you feel this all kind of shapes up for us? You know, the Philly area, Jersey Shore, definitely a kind of a agreement now that we're going to get an impactful snowstorm.
Well, Jane, you know, it's funny. This has been a tremendous winter for snow lovers, right? The past few winters have been absolutely paltry. And as soon as it started snowing in December, we knew that this was going to be a little bit of a different winter, right? La Nina, weak to neutral state right now. We are transitioning over to an El Nino eventually. So that the pattern's not your traditional strong La Nina that we are used to. Snow likes to breed more snow. And that is exactly where we are right now. And I think people were disillusioned to the fact that, oh, you see the warm CPC maps coming out. Oh, winter's over, spring is here. Well, no, we told people there's going to be more winter weather. And I think a system like this is going to catch a lot of people off guard, especially when, you know, Philly, New York City, Boston, up to Cape Cod, DC, you're probably going to look at a baseline of about 5 or 6 inches, but this is really going to be a coastal producer. So I think that there's going to be an opportunity as this deepens to see a few hours of blizzard conditions, which the last time we had a blizzard warning in effect was back in 2022. Towards the Philly metro area, maybe less of a situation like that, but the winds are going to be tremendous. We're looking at gusts 40, 50 miles an hour. So all of a sudden you got to start talking about power outages and communicating that message. And then on top of that, you know, a lot of folks think that snow is all fun and games, and it is. I love snow. I'm like one of the biggest snow lovers there is out there. But there's other complications that come with nor'easters, and deepening lows. Tidal flooding is going to be a concern for a couple rounds on
coastal erosion.
Yes, coastal erosion. That is a significant issue up on the beaches in Brigantine and LBI and the Wildwood. So
exactly.
This is really a multi-pronged impact event that a lot of people are going to have to prepare for. And I think we're finally there where we're able to put that communication together in terms of those specific details and get into the minutia of it all that we haven't been able to do. This isn't like that storm a few weeks ago where we knew what was coming, 3 full days out. We were very confident about this, but
and
this one's a little bit
challenge too, right? With messaging, because, I can't remember a time in which models have been in total disagreement with such a short lead time. Far too close for comfort. And it's also a challenge in and of itself of how we put that message out, putting together our forecasts with confidence.
Sure.
Because the thing is, we're here to be confident and to be accurate. And
right.
that is something, as we get closer to the event, sometimes folks want it to be, a 4 or 5 day lead time. And I love when we can do that. But
right.
this storm has been giving us a bit of a run for our money. Talk about the approach that you take when you models, and also to just kind of getting over the fact that we've had this windshield wiper effect, right? Those clickbait forecasts,
right.
in a digital media sense, really driving that home for your audience, and the approach that you use to kind of maybe try to get the message out over the hype.
Well, I think, first of all, it's important to realize that our words have tremendous weight because you have OEMs going off of school districts, teachers, hospitals, whatever. They're watching what we're saying, and we have to be as accurate and precise as possible. Whereas, the average weather enthusiast on Facebook is maybe they have a love for weather, but they don't necessarily understand the nuances of everything. And the idea that they could put out a snowfall map that's 2 feet, 5 days in advance, get everybody riled up, and then 9 times out of 10, that falls flat on its face. So I think, in the digital space that we're in today, we're in a situation where folks don't necessarily know where that source of information is coming from. So they just see a pretty weather map and they're like, oh, it must come from a reputable source. And I think that's how we get all put in the same basket of, oh, must be nice to get paid and be wrong 50% of the time when human accuracy is about 80%. So there's that, but it's walking your audience through the process and being as open and transparent as possible and admitting when we don't know something. I think that's extremely important. It's okay to come up and say, I'm not sure if this is going to happen or not, but here's evidence behind what I believe. And when you break that barrier and you form that relationship with your audience, I think, you're automatically put in a much better position. And if you're wrong, you just go back and you admit it and explain why. And that just builds up again, that trust factor. Looking at this storm in particular, even I was very hesitant to jump in on the GFS solution. I'm still not there yet because I think that it's deepening the low a little bit too quickly, though I did see some dry air work in below 500 millibars. So I guess perhaps, but I think the model's not really grasping the idea that if it doesn't rapidly intensify, then automatically you're not looking at as much snow at the onset. There's going to be probably several hours of freezing or a wintry mix and some rain. Luckily, this isn't going to be like the storm a few weeks ago with the freezing rain and encase everything, and then it's going to warm up right after. So for anybody worried, yeah.
What will be interesting about all of that, I agree with you. I think that the GFS is definitely
this is going to be a hell of a storm.
Going to rapidly intensify,
and the fact that they can't get a hold of what is going to happen.
I am interested though, because unlike this last system that we've had through the end of January,
what do they get
one thing
paid
that
for?
we are missing right now is just that preceding very cold air. I mean, it rained this morning, right? And temperatures even throughout the event
it's been raining up here,
sitting at around 32 degrees. So now you're looking at purely a situation which we will see snow, but the transition of when that happens, where that low sits, right? There's a very real scenario in which the Jersey Shore maybe starts with rain as we go through the day Sunday, and then as that low deepens, the dynamics take over. That cold air is forced in, then the snow happens, but now you're looking at, okay, it started as rain, the ground is wet,
but
now we're getting wet snowflakes that are starting to pile up, but does that start to shrink down the overall snow totals? Because that happens all the time, right?
They're saying anywhere from 8
forecast,
to 10,
and it snows. And we're getting peaks that are really impressive, but the compact snow that eventually comes when people go to stick their rulers into it is then
just like every other news outlet.
People to believe that it busted.
That's why it's good to have good
100%. And
independent
one of the
reporters,
things
you
that
know,
I
and
think we have to be
independent
cognizant
that
of is
tell you how they feel.
relaying the
Like me.
information that, hey,
I
just
feel like
because the
shit.
model is saying 10
So I
inches of
know the
snow
weather is
is
going to be
going to
horrible.
pile up, it's not. It's
I
saying
go by
what's
my
actually
body.
going
I
to
don't
fall
go
out of the
by
sky.
like what they
And
tell me.
with the last event, we
All
had
day today,
ratios
I
that
felt
were 15
you
to
saw me
20 to
yesterday.
1.
I
So it
felt
was
like
very
shit
light and
yesterday,
fluffy
and
and
you guys
easy to
too,
accumulate.
Terry.
This is going to be
Like,
like an 8
look
to
at
10 to 1. So
like
a lot of it is going to be
it's like
lost at
look
the
at Kayla.
onset. And
She
again,
feels
like
like
you said,
shit. That's the
how long does it
indication
take
that
for
the
the
weather's not
dynamic
going to be
cooling,
good.
the high vertical velocities to kick in? So these are the calculations that we are making behind
You
the
know,
scenes,
everybody's
and
hurting.
trying
I know
to
you're
put
hurting,
it
Terry.
together into a
Making me
snowfall
hurt.
forecast, because a lot of people are
Like,
like, oh,
fuck.
where's the map? It's too late. You're dragging your feet. Well, no, we want to be responsible and pragmatic about it so that you can prepare the right way.
Absolutely. So, but Nick, I mean, generally speaking, what's the sentiment of these
Yeah,
folks? Because I
man.
know that I'm already getting it from
I
my
feel you
family,
on
my
that.
friends. They're like, wait a second, winter should be over at this point. We've
No, it ain't
more
over.
than made up for the cold air
That
and
rat
the
lied
lack
to
of
us. He
snow that
said
we had
early
over the course
spring.
of the last few winter
Bitch,
seasons. So I
that
think,
rat doesn't
we
know.
know it's going to snow. We know there will be big impacts, especially right now along the
I
Jersey
think
Shore
who's gonna
and then
get
up
hit
across
hard
parts of
is
coastal New England. You think
Cape
folks are
Cod.
pretty much ready to
Cape
hang it
Cod
up?
is
Maybe
gonna
we get
get
through one more
hammered.
and then
So
let's pack it in.
I think I can gauge that based on my own enthusiasm
You've
for
been
it, because
running ragged.
even I was hoping that
for weeks.
originally
Yeah, I've been running
the
ragged for
Euro
like
was going to
the
go
past
off to the
decade.
east. I love snow, like I said at the top of the show, but I'm tired of it. Our
I'm
snow
just really
just
hurting.
melted after
I
26
think this
days.
year
So
has been
I put together a
like the
little
winter
poll
has
of
been
sorts on
really
Facebook
painful
yesterday,
for
and I
me.
asked people, are you team snow or team no snow?
And I guess it's because of
Overwhelmingly, the majority of people said no, team no
the
snow.
moisture.
But they can't be caught off guard, because a few
because
weeks
it's
ago I
been
told them there's
pretty
going to be more winter. And
fair for the
unfortunately,
past
with the
few
volatile
years.
pattern ahead, maybe another
And
sudden
then
stratospheric warming event,
now we're getting
I
hit
think we'll
with
probably
heavy
get another one
snow.
into March at
And
this
I'm
point.
feeling
And
it
March
more.
can be
Like I
one of
feel
those
more
very
pain. I
unpredictable
feel
months. You never turn
more
your back on
tired.
it,
I feel
especially on the
too
I-95 corridor.
Uh-huh.
It's not
like
over
shit.
till it's over. And we've seen years in the past where March has been even a more
Yes.
overproducer and
Especially in the
overachiever of
joints,
snow
man.
than January
100%.
and February
It's been very
combined. So
painful.
Nick, this has been so fun to chat with you about just
Likewise.
But
your
we are under
process, because a lot
I
of
think
it
a winter
is what we do
storm
here at Fox Weather as well. You know,
watch.
accuracy,
If
making
I'm not
sure that we
mistaken.
are
Let me see what it says
responsible
here.
and getting that forecast
Absolutely.
out there. And also too, I love the behind the scenes. There's so much of what we're doing as meteorologists, looking through the different pieces to the puzzle and the layers of
That's
the
what it looks like.
atmosphere. It's never cut and
In my
dry.
area,
And
we're under a
Mother Nature
winter
always
storm
has something
watch.
up her sleeve. So
You're not in the
Nor'easter
winter
Nick
storm watch,
Pittman,
Terry.
thanks for
That's
joining us
for
on
the
Fox
first
Weather
time.
today.
Holy shit.
And
Thank you so much, Jane.
we'll see how everything shapes
miracle.
up this weekend.
Sounds good. See ya.
All right, let's keep it moving because we got more on this weather that's going to be happening up here in the Northeast.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour, Oliver. Very busy work week, and that's rolling right into the upcoming weekend now. Increasing probability of this powerful nor'easter. It's the impacts now for the I-95 corridor. That's where the knob has been turned up a little bit over the last 12 to 24 hours. Let's get into it. A powerful nor'easter set to develop this weekend with an increased chance of this becoming an impactful storm up and down the I-95 corridor, the major cities.
Middletown, Rhode Island.
Boston, there's Middletown. You're looking at the Cliff Walk in Newport. Beautiful.
Not Middletown,
Andover,
Connecticut.
Massachusetts.
But it's
35 degrees. You get some
here's
snowflakes
Connecticut.
flying on by with
Oh,
the storm
boy.
that precedes the storm.
I'm in the winter storm
hours, these
watch.
winter
I'm in the
storm
pink
watches that have been issued. This is the thinking fresh
I'm
out
not
of the
going to
Fox
give away my
Forecast Center.
location, but
An impactful
I can tell you I'm in the
nor'easter,
fucking
significant
pink.
snow for all major cities. You're saying what does
not gonna be
significant
fun.
mean? We'll show you that coming up in just a moment. The trend has been west, so potent area of low pressure. It's been clear that was going to develop for a couple of days now. The question has been, and still is, just to a lesser extent, the proximity of that area of low pressure to the coastline. High winds and coastal flooding, gonna have to be on the lookout for that. Jersey Shore up into coastal New England. We've had issues with that a couple times already going back to the month of January, and now we will once again with this one. This is the snow forecast for the I-95 corridor. So you've got the area of low pressure off the mid-Atlantic coastline, exploding in intensity come the second half of the weekend. This will be during the day on Sunday. Snow's picking up in coverage and intensity. You've got this swath in through here.
This is that brighter pink, 8 to 12 inches of snow. So we are approaching that from the DMV up into Jersey and the tri-state, and then points off to the east from there. I do think we get, to me, this comes in a couple of phases. This is the second half of Sunday. This is where I feel we're pretty locked in. It's a reasonably strong area of low pressure at that point, and there's no dodging the proximity to that zone of the forecast. So you get snow through the early stages of this. Then into Monday morning, for context, there's the benchmark right there, the 70-40 line, the 40-70 line.
Oh, wow. You're working all week.
Moves over that slam dunk snow for the I-95 corridor.
Bare bone,
You notice most of the solutions are south and east of that benchmark. The farther south and east you go, the more the impacts from the storm are limited.
Well, hopefully it's not too crazy.
This and this
at your location
can't be overstated in a scenario like this. And it's not completely locked in. But even in this scenario, which is why we're calling this a significant storm, we're not dodging impacts along the I-95 corridor. Part of the reason why the Weather Service now has those winter storm watches up. And from there, this accelerates off to the north and east, out into the open Atlantic. And come Tuesday morning, no trouble outside of a lingering snow to clean on up. So these are those winter storm watches. You get some of those back in the Appalachians, but here through the DMV, as I said, up the Delaware Valley and up into southern parts of New England.
They're predicting
where we now have some concerns.
6 to 12 inches
quick
in my area.
Check the timing here a second.
This is
that means we're going to get
afternoon. No.
This is now 1 o'clock, early afternoon on Sunday. This is what I was talking about.
And I got appointment Monday morning
right there on the coastline. So you get a burst
at 8 in the morning. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this.
Baltimore up to Philly. Now, as we move into the evening, snow here. No question. It will impact the I-95 corridor. This band right there, though, is the intense stuff. So we'll be watching that proximity.
That's what was driving me a little concerned because I have to go to my appointment on Monday.
In the islands, but we don't dodge it. That moves in. A little bit of a question mark in the middle part of this journey, including right here in New York. And there's that powerful storm come Monday night. Exiting stage right, and with
definitely
that,
gonna have to figure this shit out
that come along with this. So
this
in
is
the
gonna be
places
fucking crazy
evolution here that you can lock in that snow, the greatest totals, which would be east of 95, coastal Massachusetts, Cape Cod, and those are totals in excess of a foot, and then points off to the northeast from there.
That's like 2 feet in Cape Cod
direction come Monday night. So the forecast is becoming more clear. There are still some questions that need answers. So
damn, the fact that this came out of pretty much nowhere.
Forecast.
Well, they kind of knew it was going to come and hit us. They just didn't tell us about it, which is the most concerning part of all of this. This could have been the thing is with the weather, and they depend on their satellites and how the atmosphere is moving and so forth. And they throw a lot of those big ass weather balloons up in the air to test the atmosphere and everything. The fact they couldn't get a hold of the system, and now at the last minute, they're like, the whole week it was telling me, oh, we're only getting about 1 inch, maybe 2 inches of snow. Oh, okay. And now Friday, which is just 1 day later, we're getting about 1 foot of snow. I guess they weren't like wrong about the one. They were just wrong about the inches. Like, it's not 1 inch, it's 1 foot. Oh, Lord. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and move it forward. We got a lot of news to cover today. Very, very busy day for news today. Let's go ahead and move this over.
Let's go ahead and bring in former Deputy Assistant Attorney General John Yoo. John, you're watching this breaking news with us. Huge ruling this morning, going to have worldwide impacts. And the president has said a ruling like this is really going to hurt the economy. And you've heard Shannon talking about it. How are we going to figure out how to
this is a mess.
This money that has been brought in, hundreds of billions of dollars?
Supreme Court just
Give us
did.
your initial reaction to this ruling from the Supreme Court today.
This is a major restriction on a president's ability to act during times of emergency.
That's crazy.
Questions. Is there an emergency?
Who's running the country? Is it the president or is it the Supreme Court? I really wonder who's running the show.
When it said
Didn't we vote a
when
president
Congress
to
said
run the
the president
country
can
how we
regulate,
want
quote
it?
unquote,
I never
regulate
voted for a Supreme
economic
Court
relations with another
to
country.
run the country.
Notice here in the opinion, the court does not touch the question whether we're in the national emergency. So that part of the president's power is still preserved. The part that's been narrowed, of course, as the others have said, is the word regulate does not include the power to impose a tariff. That doesn't mean the president can't do this in the future. There are other trade laws which explicitly delegate from Congress to the president the ability to impose tariffs.
That's the biggest
thing that
mistake in
President
this
Trump has
country
to
right
do,
now.
which
What
he
the
didn't do
Supreme
these
Court
tariffs.
just did.
Remember, he did these
That's going to hurt
worldwide
us.
at once for all products.
Yep.
Essentially, court is saying
They're
you have to go back
they're
to the
hurting
drawing
us.
board, and you have to do it country by country. Individual countries have to be shown to be engaged in unfair trade practices, or have to be shown to be a national security threat and has to be reported. And it will take President Trump roughly a year if he really wants to go forward with the tariffs. Now, I like Shannon's point a great deal. This might be a blessing in disguise because we just had GDP report numbers from last year that show the economy significantly slowed. If all the tariffs that President announced are immediately eliminated, and he has to take about a year, if he really chooses to do it again, has to take about a year to impose these tariffs again, that might actually have a positive boost on the economy, which could have a very positive effect on President Trump and Republicans by the midterm elections.
Yeah, but they're fucking with him
While
now,
we await any
and there's the
word from the White
midterms
House to
coming up.
respond, one of the things I remember, John, when this case was first filed, it was a toy manufacturer, and he said he was a very reluctant plaintiff, but that as a business owner, he had no choice. And yes, I understand it could be very messy as it moves forward, but on the principle of the law, it does seem to make
And they shouldn't
sense.
be. They shouldn't be affiliated with any party. That's what drives me crazy.
What President Trump wants. So he wants to decouple
These
from
judges
China.
should not be
Worthy goal.
affiliated with no party. They
Is
shouldn't
there
be
a
any
way to
Republicans
do
or
this in a
Democrats.
bipartisan
They should
fashion
just
that can
be
say, okay,
fair and
this is
balanced down the
constitutional,
middle.
but it also helps protect American manufacturing and is in line with the foreign policy goals of the United States.
How is it fair and balanced? You got
I have a lot of
Democrats
and
for
the small manufacturer,
it doesn't work.
Importer, the American consumer, who was in a state of uncertainty.
That's self-sabotage.
Tariffs, and we're paying higher prices for goods. But on the other hand, and as Justice Kavanaugh says in his dissent, and the majority doesn't respond to this point, I think they agree, figuring out a refund process is going to be the mother of all refund tax seasons. I mean, this is going to be a disaster. But that's up for another day. That's up to the lower courts. In terms of the future, I would actually say, Dana, and I teach trade law, international business law for my sins at Berkeley. When I don't get to teach the Constitution, I teach those. I teach the students. Actually, President Trump could turn around tomorrow and start the process of.
I could probably be the manager of Walgreens easily.
New legislation
with the credentials I have.
There are a bunch of federal
statutes. Give me the store keys. They're right here.
Terms like Super 301 and Section 232. There are a bunch of existing trade laws. In fact, President Trump can use IEEPA itself. Again,
the Obama, and not only that, but Bush too.
You have to do it in a certain way.
And Bush, he's Republican, but
and what that country's doing.
He wasn't like a national Republican. He was like more of an imposter.
Law itself, the United States has pursued
especially Junior
complete embargoes, 100% cutoffs of trade with countries like Iran, Cuba, and North Korea. If President Trump wanted to cut China off, entirely,
I think the more I feel, I agree with you, Terry, on that, especially in the Supreme Court. Because the only way these people get replaced, either they stick or die.
Other trade laws that I've been talking about there,
and that's bullshit.
But it takes, you have to do a study, you have to do a report,
and we need fresh blood. We don't need
roughly about a
people
year
that have
to be able to use those
opinions.
By the way,
we need people that are neutral, that will listen to opinions and listen to both sides, and then make a clear decision
on other countries.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox
We can't just have
to catch our hottest
a majority party in the Supreme Court making decisions, and especially radical decisions that impact the country. It's just, a lot of them are just full of shit. All of them do wind up dying in office. Yeah, because they don't want to let go because they love power. These people are power hungry. Like the Supreme Court, you don't understand how these people are. They're the biggest scam artists of all. They're the ones that are wasting our money the most. It's just, they say America's the greatest country. I don't know. It's good. It's a good country. It's not a fair country. It's not fair and balanced. It's not. But could it one day be? Yeah, when the world blows up, everyone's gonna be fair and balanced. Because you're all gonna be fucking dead. Oh goodness gracious. Let's keep it moving. We got more to watch here, and I need input. More input.
And a breaking news alert, President Trump turning up the heat on Tehran. His ultimatum, strike a deal or bad things will happen. Good morning, I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer is off today. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Dana. Good. Give up their nuclear program. This is reportedly the big 2003.
So the Wall Street Journal reports President Trump is weighing a limited strike to force the regime's hand. The president says the ball is in Iran's court.
So, what is the goal for the U.S. but with a military strike? Is it to wipe out their nuclear?
I'm not going to talk to you about that. Going to get a deal. It's going to be unfortunate for them.
Ask the question, but you're not going to get an answer.
Give them a deadline to make a deal.
I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
And Jackie Heinrich is joining us live at the White House with more on this. Jackie, good morning to you.
Good morning, Bill. For days, U.S. officials have said Iran is ignoring the U.S. red lines on zero nuclear enrichment, instead floating proposals that would allow it to continue for civilian use or suspend it only for the duration of President Trump's term. And now Iran this morning is out with a bold new claim.
The U.S. side has not asked for zero enrichment. What we are now talking about is how to make sure that Iran's nuclear program, including enrichment, is peaceful and would remain peaceful forever. And in return, Iran, does some confidence building measures to ensure that its program would remain peaceful.
President Trump has said in no uncertain terms that the U.S. will accept nothing less than zero enrichment, including saying this on camera. Here's a flashback to last week.
Would you accept anything less than zero nuclear enrichment?
We don't want any enrichment. We don't want enrichment.
President Trump told reporters yesterday Iran has a very short window to agree to a deal, about 10 to 15 days, amid new claims from a prominent Iranian opposition figure that Iran is preparing for war and rebuilding its nuclear sites despite engaging in these talks with the U.S. The gridlock reportedly prompting President Trump to consider a limited initial strike to force Iran into agreement. The Wall Street Journal writing, the opening assault, which if authorized could come within days, would target a few military or government sites. People familiar with the matter said if Iran refused to comply with Trump's directive to end its nuclear enrichment, the U.S. would respond with a broad campaign against regime facilities, potentially aimed at toppling the Tehran regime. Within days, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, will reach the eastern Mediterranean. As of last night, it had reached the Strait of Gibraltar. Meantime, Iran this morning issued a fresh threat to the U.S., saying that if the U.S. continues to talk to Iran with the language of force, Iran will reciprocate with the same language. Bill.
Yep, something's got to give soon. Jackie Heinrich live at the White House this morning. Jackie, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And joining us now is State Department spokesman Tommy Pigott. Thanks for being here today. Can you help us understand what precisely is the problem that President Trump is trying to solve here?
Well, look, it's been clear from the beginning of this administration that Iran's, their stabilizing actions of the regime, maximum pressure policy from the beginning of this administration that was bent on denying the Iranian regime the revenue they need to do things such as fund their nuclear weapons program, such as fund terrorist proxies across the region, such as fund their ballistic missile program. You have a regime in Iran that instead of funding water, food, and energy infrastructure, wasted their vast wealth on these malign activities. And President Trump has been very clear that those malign activities must come to an end.
The foreign minister was on Morning Joe. I think you might have seen that just now in Jackie's piece. He had one other thing to say about the military buildup.
A win-win deal is when U.S. is absolutely confident that Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and would remain peaceful, and for Iran, sanctions are lifted. I'm not, referring to military build-up around us, because that is absolutely unnecessary and unhelpful. A diplomatic solution is at our reach.
There seemed to be, at least from his perspective, trying to say that there's confusion about zero enrichment. Is the president's policy zero enrichment?
Well, the president has spoken to this. The bottom line is that the Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. The president has been very clear. It's something he repeated just yesterday at the Board of Peace meeting, that historic meeting that global coalition brought together. He is pursuing peace. He wants to be a peacemaker. He is a peacemaker. He's a deal maker. But you cannot have peace in the Middle East if the Iranian regime has a nuclear weapon. That's the bottom line. The president has been very clear on that.
Okay, here's a map of the military assets that are now in the region. So the president building up some firepower in the region if he needs it, right? So he's saying he has flexibility. When he says 10 to 15 days, does he mean from today?
Well, that's up to the president. The president is going to make that ultimate decision. I'm not going to preview what he might say, but I think it's important to say that the president means what he says. The last time the Iranian regime refused to make a deal, we saw Operation Midnight Hammer. So if anyone doubts that the president means what he says, they just need to look at history to see that he does.
And do you feel that the military might gives diplomacy more of a push?
Well, fundamentally, President Trump believes in peace through strength. When it comes to our force posture in the region, Secretary Rubio has described that our force posture reflects the interest we have in the region, reflects that there are U.S. troops in the region, reflects that there are allies in the region. But fundamentally, President Trump has built the most powerful military in the history of the world, but believes in peace through strength. We see it around the world when it comes to solving conflicts and pursuing our national interests.
One last question. When the protesters so bravely went out and said, we've had enough, and the president said help is on the way, is that help included in this planning, whatever the 10 to 15 days is, in this diplomacy? Does something happen for those people who are desperately seeking change and more freedom in this plan?
Well, a few weeks ago, we saw President Trump stop the execution of hundreds of protesters. We've seen action from the State Department's perspective.
He didn't stop shit. There were over like 30,000 protesters that got killed.
Of those protesters.
So they didn't stop nothing.
Being taken here from this administration already.
You know, this is what you call gaslighting.
Monitoring incredibly closely. He's been very clear with the regime.
Look, I'm left. Like I'm not like
issues that we've already been discussing here.
All right, Tommy Pickett, thank you so much. I'm sure you'll have a very
they're
busy
still
weekend.
left.
Thank you.
Right?
Thanks for having me on.
Even though they switch parties.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling.
There we go. You know, and I sit at the right. You know, I'm not far right. I'm nowhere near far right. I'm more like border right, but on the right, you know. And there's those that are in the left, border left, but then you have some that are like crazy far left. I can have conversations with people on the left with no problem. It's those people on the far left that are fucking crazy. And they just act a certain way, and then they have their hair color a certain way, and they have the septum rings, and they have all this crazy shit going on with their face, and it's disturbing. Like, I don't like clowns, right? So if a clown comes next to me, I either will react with a push or a punch. If you're like super, super close to me and I see you're a clown, I'm going to punch you. And I'm not going to punch you like in your stomach. I'm going to punch you right in the damn face. I hate clowns. I've always hated clowns. Those motherfuckers are creepy as fuck. My uncle, he's the same way. He was the same way. He actually punched a fair attendant because he had went to the Miami. It was called the Miami-Dade County Youth Fair down in Miami. It's a carnival. It's a fair. It's a county fair. And my uncle went on this ride with, I guess it was his at that time girlfriend. And this guy popped out like right at his face. My uncle went back and knocked him out and punched him. You know, my uncle ended up, I think he went to jail for that, but he bonded out like a few hours later. I think his bond was like $500 or something like that. It wasn't much, but he clocked him. He knocked him the fuck out. True story. They're a fucking crazy family, man. They're fucking crazy. Let me set up the next videos here. I don't like the new YouTube, like how they changed, because it doesn't respond well. It's like delayed, especially when you start up the video and you want to pause it and you hit pause, and then it'll start playing again, and you're like, "Did I fucking pause this shit?" It happens all the time, and it happened when they changed their video shit a few months back. I noticed the change, and then I noticed the difference, and it just hasn't been good. Just a couple of days, there was some kind of outage on YouTube, and like the show, thank God I had the show already programmed, like not programmed, but I had all the windows open of what I wanted to see, because I couldn't get into the YouTube page because it would say down. It said it was down, and then it said some other thing there. It was like offline. It was just a crazy shit that happened on YouTube a few days back, and gradually it has come back, but it has not been the same. It's still lagging on, especially some of the shorts have been like acting weird, and some videos have been too. All right, guys, let's go ahead and see what's going on. Oh, look, Terry, this is out of Connecticut. Let's check this out. Let's put the volume up.
Police Chief Carl Jacobson is accused of stealing thousands of dollars from city funds. And now we're learning higher than Amanda Callahan is your reporter live at New Haven Police Headquarters with what we're learning tonight. Amanda.
Police of New Haven.
That's right, Kara. The former chief originally told the assistant chiefs here he had stolen $10,000 in just about a month's time. The arrest warrant details it was over $85,000, and that's just in the last 2 years. In early January, former New Haven Police Chief Carl Jacobson admitted to stealing money from the Confidential Informants Fund when confronted by fellow officers. It's city money used to pay people that provide the police department with information that helps solve crimes.
Wow.
Since then, state police have been investigating and found in 2024 and 2025, Jacobson had taken $85,500 in city money. Most of that coming from the informant fund.
Yo, who's arresting him?
Was from the New Haven Police Department Activity
We
League,
need the police.
a program that funds youth activities. When confronted, Jacobson admitted to spending too much money on gambling.
Like the FBI?
According to the warrant, he wagered over $4.5 million on sports betting apps. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker says this is shocking, and the city will be working on more closely monitoring city funds that have cash.
Yo, that mayor with his hair, man.
We every day arrest people.
It doesn't look like his hair.
Different violent crime, theft.
Every time I see that hair, I'm like, who that belongs to? That's not yours.
The justice system will, take its course.
Take it off. Take it
An
off.
investigation into years prior is still ongoing, as Jacobson was the only person handling that informant fund since July of 2019. Now, coming up at 6, we'll take a closer look at what might have tipped off the department to the misuse of the funds. Reporter live in New Haven, Amanda Callahan, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Amanda, thank you.
The money's missing. Who do you mean tipped off? Let's keep it moving.
Democratic Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Oh, not this
doubling down
asshole.
on his tax proposal for New York City. Watch.
The path that we want to pursue is working with Albany to raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations, by that little bit more. If we do not have that state action, then the only tools that the city has at its disposal is a property tax increase.
Right. Instead of cutting, the Wall Street Journal editorial board calls the tactic, quote, taking New York hostage, saying, what an ultimatum. Fleece the rich for him or he'll fleece them and the middle class. This would smack middle class homeowners in the outer boroughs, as well as the wealthy in Manhattan. Let's bring in Democratic strategist who lives in Manhattan, Melissa DeRosa. Melissa, what do you think about how he outlined what needs to be done? He says he basically has a crisis. He's got to raise taxes. I think that this is a crisis of his own making. He ran his entire campaign on 3-word slogans like tax the rich, very similar to Bernie and AOC, the far flank of the
How
party.
the hell did he get into
And at
office?
first it was tax
You
the
know what I
rich to
mean?
get childcare.
Because
But
of
then
all the
Kathy Hochul
illegals.
stepped in
The
and gave him some of
illegals
what he wanted.
voted
He
this
declared
guy
victory.
into
But
office.
he still needs to tax the
Who in
rich
the
because
right
this isn't
mind
about
that's
governing. It's about
American, doesn't matter what
ideology.
party
And it's
you're in,
about the DSA
will
and the
allow
extremists in the
this
party
type of
and
individual
class
to
warfare.
take over
So
office?
now you're seeing what he's doing now, which is completely absurd.
None
But
of
he's going
them.
after people who make
It
120,000.
doesn't matter what party you in.
home probably
You
65,000.
don't let this
Rather than the
happen.
other
They
taxes,
did.
and they're the problem.
And they forgot
and you
about
know what?
9/11.
It's very
How about if
interesting
this
because he ran an
Mandani
entire
guy
campaign on
cancels
affordability,
9/11?
right? Saying affordability
He
crisis,
kept saying
affordability crisis,
it's
affordability
not
crisis.
fair to his
And now
people.
he's basically saying to Kathy Hochul, he's putting a gun to his own head, and he's saying, "Give me your wallet, or I'll shoot." Because this is political
Look at his
suicide
face.
if he
You
were to
can't
do
trust that
something like
dude.
this. And
Like
it
his
would
face even
impact
says
not
it.
just people,
But
who
people
are
get
renting, because
hypnotized.
obviously
Like,
real
what
estate
is
owners
going
pass
on?
along these tax increases to the people who are renting and to homeowners, but small businesses. There are still far too many vacant storefronts in New York City post-COVID. So this would
And there's
have
going to be a
ripple
lot
effects that
more.
are unending.
They're all going to
And
be
by the way,
leaving.
the landlords are really getting worried because if he freezes the rent, now that he has the numbers on the board to do that, expenses are already going up, utility costs are going up, and they're saying, "Well, I'm going to go out of business." No, 100%. And it's, at the
How
end of the
do
day,
you
the real
increase the
estate term, it
rent
doesn't
and
pencil
then
out. It
increase
won't
the
make
property
sense
tax?
for these landlords to continue to
Like,
hold on to these buildings. So then they've got two options.
the owner
One, you let them fall into disrepair, so your tenants are living in squalor.
Like, this
Or
makes
two,
zero
you literally
sense.
just walk away from the buildings and you end up with more vacancies. And so no one wins in this scenario.
So play this out, Melissa. Is one of the goal of the socialists to have the city
This is
take over
horrible,
those
man.
buildings, and
It's
then they
sad
set
to
the
see New York
rent?
go through
I
this,
don't think
man.
that they've thought that far through because that's not how these people work. I think that he thinks he's trying to force Kathy Hochul's hand into raising taxes on the wealthy. But think about this for a moment. In
That makes zero
1993,
sense.
New York City's budget was $30
You
billion.
fucking bucked your ass.
Adjusted for
You made
inflation
it in
today,
life.
that's $68
You're making
billion.
good ass money.
Instead, we're talking
And the
about
city
a
wants to
budget he
come and
just
take all your
proposed
money
that's
because you're successful.
$127 billion.
What the fuck is
larger than the
that,
budget
man?
of the entire state
It's
of
so
Florida.
stupid.
So if
I'm
you're
sorry,
going to
this
look
world needs to
people in the
blow up
eye and
already.
seriously tell them that you can't find
It
places
needs to
to
blow
cut,
up.
I don't think you're going to be in office very long.
Two things. He also said, "I'm not going to add 5,000 cops, which just get over the threshold," which Eric Adams is going to do. And he also says, on the encampments, maybe I made it. He didn't say this. Maybe I made a mistake. We're going to have them taken up. But he's going to have social workers taking up encampments. Do you know how violent that could be?
100%. But this is what happens when you elect people on ideology and not experience. He never had a real job. He doesn't know a single thing about government, and it shows. If you ask New York residents how they felt about the snowstorm response, I mean, there's still mounds of snow and ice all over the place. 25 people needlessly died, and it was an entire debacle. So I think that people should buckle up and see where we go from here.
Yeah, inexperience and incompetence, a rare combination that should screw us all in New York City. Thanks so much, Melissa. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
I'm Steve Dusey.
Yeah, because
I'm
if
Brian
you
Kilmeade.
are working out of New York, you're fucking stupid. A lot of these, there's a lot of people in New York. You know, New York City is the Mecca, right? It's supposed to be number one in the whole world. I don't think so. No. You know, you can believe that illusion all you want. And I've been there many times in my life. Even Terry. He's been there many times. And I tell you right now, you got to get the ambulance to go and save him, because it is not a good, safe place. It's never been. It's always been crooked. The only thing that saves them is that the cops, they fortified their reports, and they changed their reports to saying if it was a serious crime, they'll call it like a misdemeanor. It was like they'll make something stupid, and they'll change, like, to change the statistics and to change the numbers of violent crimes so that it doesn't make the state or city look bad. They've been doing that for fucking decades. And the fact that they still continue to do it, and there's so much crime, and they're like, yeah, but it's been the safest it's ever been. No, because you guys are not reporting the right numbers. You I wasn't born yesterday. The fuck, man. I just, I don't know. Let's see here. Give me 1 second to set this up. We got still more to watch. Got a good show. I'm gonna be here for a good time. We've only done almost close to an hour now, so we still got more to go. Here we go.
But first, the Trump administration's latest move. It is now issuing a new policy aimed at ending transgender-related care for inmates in federal prisons.
Yeah, John. I used to love New York, especially New York City when Giuliani was mayor. When Giuliani was mayor, I felt more safer. I felt like it was more upkeep. Like the city was very clean. Like there weren't like trash everywhere. It wasn't like that. Now, oh man, it's horrible. There's shit everywhere. There's garbage. New York City is
it quote will not provide sex trait modification surgeries to address gender dysphoria. The move builds on an executive order that President Trump signed last year aimed at terminating these procedures.
Yeah, why are we paying to chop their
system shall ensure that no federal funds are expended for any medical procedure, treatment, or drug for the purpose of conforming an inmate's appearance to that of the opposite sex. It's a full circle moment for the infamous ad in the 2024 election when President Trump highlighted then Vice President Kamala Harris's position on this issue.
That dumb
Every
bitch.
transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
But the ACLU is now pushing back, arguing that the new policy disregards the medical needs of the inmates and would be, quote, dangerous. But right now, 5 states are introducing.
Why the fuck did you let them do that in the first place? They're in jail for a fucking reason. They're not there to be cosmetic surgeons and chop their shit off.
Even in Democrat strongholds like New York City and Massachusetts.
Oh, I couldn't pay for it, so I'm going to go into jail. I'm going to have them chop my dick off.
Guy, let's sort of start broadly with your thoughts on this, and then we can dig into the details.
So I want to start on the politics, because the clip of the ad that we played, that was, according to the Trump campaign, their most effective ad in the 24 cycle. That broke through a lot of the noise, and I think exposed Kamala Harris as quite extreme on these issues. And it was a shortcut for voters to say, okay, that person is out of step with me. There's an interesting story that I saw just in the last couple of days from Politico, I believe, that quoted a bunch of Democrats getting angry at these activist groups on these questions, forcing their candidates to fill out questionnaires in support of things like these types of policies. And what the Democrats have been saying is, you're putting us in a bad position, guys. We want to support these positions that I think a lot of Americans disagree with, but we don't want to write them down to have that stance used against us in a general election. So I think this will probably put more pressure on that front and add to that political dilemma that Democrats are facing.
I think there are a lot of problems within the federal prison system, and there are a lot of ways that politicians could work together on both sides of the aisle. And, you know, it's not to say like prison should be great and fun and super easy, but it also shouldn't be torturous and draconian. And
they shouldn't be doing surgeries while they're behind bars. No, I'm sorry, we're not paying for that.
Way to achieve parole
That's
in
stupid.
the federal prison system.
First of all, why did they
and
start doing
maybe
that?
An all or nothing approach is going too far.
Oh, because Joe Biden was in office.
If you have inmates
He's
who
the
have been
day
incarcerated for a long
president.
time, and you know they have been reliant upon hormone therapy.
Bullshit,
Maybe
man.
that's a different class of people than the guys who are like, oh wait, I can just say I'm a woman and I go to a women's prison. And you know there are some people who have been accused of sexually assaulting their female fellow inmates, and obviously that's wrong. And I think there are sometimes
Because all of them started getting pregnant.
there are subtleties, and I actually think the president has been really, really good on criminal justice and reforming the system in positive ways. And I think in order to make a political statement, you don't want to go too far, because what's going to happen is you're going to have people like Gavin Newsom that are going to force the pendulum in the opposite direction, and he is going to defend all of the people who might be affected by this new policy.
Stupid.
Well, it's interesting. That's an
It's
excellent
stupid.
point, by the way, Kennedy, like you always
It's all
make.
stupid.
And to further that idea,
We didn't have this problem,
if you give
but when
an
Joe Biden
opening
got into
for the left
office,
to come in and say, well, you
now
don't
we
care
have this
about
fucking
these folks,
headache.
so on and so forth. That's not
Because
what
now
this is about.
these
This is
prisoners,
about
they're going to
holding
jail
on
and they like, yeah, I
protecting
want to
other
chop my
people. You
dick
talk
off.
about
I want
the
to,
rapes
I'm a
in
girl
prison.
now. Can you
It
put me
hasn't
in the
happened
girls'
just a couple
prison?
of times. It's a problem. This addresses that.
Like,
But
I
Trump has
don't
done one
understand.
thing as a president that we
It's
always
all
know he does.
bullshit,
He's got
man.
everybody talking. And so now there will be this, whatever it will look like, to try to, whether it's an argument, debate, whatever it is, to try to get to a point. And look, we need to do something because you tacitly as a government are saying, local and federal, you're saying, yeah, gender identity and however you want to be will you put you wherever you think you need to be. Governments don't need to be doing that. We have science that helps doing that. And so this kind of forces that back into the conversation, I would think. So if you're 6'5" and you're a dude, but you identify a different way, calling you whatever name, that's fine. Give us your first name, but you have to go to the men's prison. And now feelings aren't part of that, you know, your personal opinion, your politics, none of that. It would just be the law. But like Kennedy said, you have to be careful not to overreach because then you won't accomplish anything.
Well, I mean, I think the political discussion, I think, is fascinating in all of this. I agree with you on the financial side, because you know me, I hate to see taxpayer dollars wasted. I was looking at the Federal Bureau of Prisons policies, how much they have spent over the last several years. They did some congressional testimony back in 2023, and they talked about how much they had spent on actually this kind of care. What they said was it was about $153,000 on gender-affirming hormone therapy. There was one surgery I found in 2022 under the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
That's fucking crazy.
For a woman. But within this executive order, and I think this is actually a good thing from the president, they are going to continue to offer counseling, antidepressants. I don't have a problem with that, in particular with some of the violence we have seen in the last few weeks. On the other side of this, though, is that, you know, as far as blanket policy, what I dug into what the states have been doing, there is, I think, some egregious overreach, whether it is not just the medical side of this, but also the pronouns, you know, looking at what they were doing in Oklahoma and Utah, you know, putting this into federal policy and workforce policy. That, I think, bothers me more than anything else, because you're dictating how you are supposed to be acting in your quote unquote office setting, which, as you know, can be a government office, just like it can be a corporate office. And don't get me started on how many corporations have said enough is enough with all of this.
Yeah.
And
it's very clear.
Just one quick thing, because you mentioned the hospital systems changing their policy with kids. To me, that is a whole separate issue.
Yes. I agree.
This is unscientific. These experiments they've been doing on children, much of the West, following the actual science, has sprinted away from these experiments. The United States has lagged behind, I think, because of politics and ideology. It is long overdue to stop this for children. Adults are a different, thornier question.
I want to sort of also make sure that viewers understand exactly where we are and how we got here. This is all born out of the 8th Amendment, which ensures and should, you know, that the courts uphold to ensure medically necessary treatment for inmates. And we want that, right? We want that inmates under the care of the BOP. We want to make sure that they are being taken care of. So since then, however, there's been a patchwork of court decisions at the federal level and never at the top that disagree on what is medically necessary. I'm sure you guys can, you know, predict which states like Oregon deem transgender changes as medically necessary, and other states say, no, it's not. Now, the gamut goes up until and includes surgeries. And what I appreciate about this executive order, to your point, is that this is saying if someone has gender dysphoria, then we will provide counseling and antidepressants to it. So indeed providing, in my opinion, adequate and necessary medical care for that. It's these rogue states and district courts that have been determining what is medically necessary means a complete sex change. Now, secondly, there's a legal and constitutional protection for inmates that arrive to prison with a pre-existing condition. So to Kennedy's, those that inside or at conviction say, oh, guess what, I'm a woman, get to benefit from the generosity of those patchwork quilt court decisions and from the generosity of our tax dollars that say, oh, sure, you're telling me you're Sally now? Well, we're going to approve that. So this EO also takes that into account and says those that have come to the table in this certain way, we will provide that continually. This, by the way, only affects about 1,000 inmates in the system. So the amount of litigation, our tax dollars, and time that have been wasted on this very tiny population, many of whom in this specific situation are taking advantage of that generosity, to me is the colossal waste of the century. What do we need? We need the Supreme Supreme Court to weigh in.
When do we?
We need it now.
Man.
And the Supreme Court has rejected to answer this question once and for all. Are transgender hormone therapies medically necessary? The answer needs to be no, so that all of us can stop talking about it.
Did we learn anything this week? Because we've been talking about this on the couch with regard to what is necessary and what is not. I think we've learned through the minor surgery decisions that have been made on children.
They don't need to be
and
doing that to
why
children
NYC
either.
Langone is now kind of leading the pack with that. Could be financial, but they're scooping up the morality of it along the way. But didn't we learn from some? In fact, it may exacerbate the problem of the mental health, and that is kind of the key area, that support and that help medically that really actually works. So taking these off the table, taking that transition surgery off the table, consistent with the science.
Right, which was like the point you made. Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on
Emily's
Outnumbered.
always on the show. She always stops by. She has to say, "I'm Emily Campagno." Okay, girl, we got you. Oh boy, I'm looking at a couple of things here for tonight. We're gonna go ahead and move it along. Let's go ahead and set up the next video. Here we go. Hey, Johnson.
It's okay. Answer the question. My lawyer is 5 words.
I mean, in the emails, he straight up says, I give you permission to kill someone who lied to me. He lied to you and he lied to me. No one lies to me and gets away with it, says Jeffrey Epstein. I give you permission to kill him. There you go. Jeffrey Epstein regularly is talking about torture. Did you torture her? Did you? About spies losing their lives, being compromised, and dying. These are things that are readily available and even emailed. Here they are. This is a DOJ website. There it is. Where are you? I love the torture video. Okay. You know, the web that we weave. Very, very strange, ladies and gentlemen. The people who are associated with Jeffrey Epstein are all winding up dead. The main whistleblower of Jeffrey Epstein, someone named Virginia Roberts, who would be a bombshell interview right now, given the fact that Prince Andrew is arrested. She's dead. You know, she said, I'm not suicidal. She winds up getting hit by a bus in the middle of the Australian outback. Then from the hospital bed, she records a video on her phone saying, they're going to kill me. I'm going to die. And then a couple days later, she winds up dead in a barn by suicide. Never heard anything of it. Jeffrey Epstein would regularly use his French buddy, Jean-Luc Brunel, in order to traffic women. This guy ran a fashion depot in New York that was connected with Les Wexner. Les Wexner runs Victoria's Secret. He runs Abercrombie & Finch. He's the guy who got Jeffrey Epstein started. And Les Wexner, the reason that Jeffrey Epstein exists at all. Well, anyway, the guy who ran the brand that would traffic all the models and the young girls, he wound up dead in a French jail cell. Oh, no, that's too bad. Modeling agent who was close to disgraced U.S. financier Jeffrey Epstein. Not close. This guy ran the blackmail operation with Jeffrey Epstein. That was also provable in the emails. Was found dead in a French jail cell. He's being held into investigation into the rape of minors and trafficking of minors, sexual exploitation. They described the abuse, blah, 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 that he'll never face trial. They described his death as a double blow. Epstein himself was killed in a Manhattan jail cell. Nobody knows that, by the way, if that's true, or if Jeffrey Epstein's still alive. Nobody knows. Paris police are investigating, the prosecutor's office said. The circumstances of his death were not made public. Okay. Here's how the operation worked. I want to make this really clear because it's obvious. Les Wexner has been deposed. It's become quite obvious as well, like what was going on here. Les Wexner is the original founder of the businesses that would become the operational network of Jeffrey Epstein. maybe you've never heard of a guy named Wes Wexner, but he is in charge of Bath and Body Works, Abercrombie & Fitch, Victoria's Secret, L Brands, the limited company. Wes Wexner also has connections to Mossad, LOL, because of course, it's not an intel operation. He's a dirty, dirty man with an evil background in murder and in, well, predator scandals. Lex Wexner, somebody who's clearly a gifted businessman, and he was able to take small amounts of money and turn it into a massive fashion empire. And he definitely had that fashion empire. He brought Jeffrey Epstein into that fashion empire, and that's where Jeffrey Epstein began abusing women behind the scenes at Les Wexner's fashion shows. And this is like the start. Les Wexner also put Jeffrey Epstein in as the financial manager of all of these brands for 20 straight years as the primary client of Jeffrey Epstein, who claimed to only work with clients of net worth of $1 billion or greater. Wexner purchased the New York property that Jeffrey Epstein, of course, famous giant mansion in New York. He was a trustee on the Wexner Foundation and so on. In the 1990s, Les Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in relocating Southern Air Transport, a CIA front organization with ties to Iran-Contra affairs and CIA drug smuggling from Miami to Columbus, Ohio. Southern Air transported goods related to Wexner's businesses, but in 1986, a customs agent found hidden shipments of cocaine on the plane. The airline was shut down. In 1998, Wexner received federal aid for the relocation of the airline. So it was, weeks before the CIA Inspector General released the official findings. Oh no! So they were trafficking for the CIA. This is all like classic stuff, right? Wexner was accused of failing to take action when complaints were raised about Epstein, who was abusing women effectively at his fashion shows. He also is accused of murder because his lawyer at his law firm, Arthur L. Shapiro, sorry is his name, was straight up killed in a mafia-style murder right before he was set to testify about how Les Wexner was cooking the books. It's amazing. So these are the people that run your country. These are the people that created Jeffrey Epstein. Les Wexner is a very evil person. He's somebody who is a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. He's listed right here as a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. He gave Jeffrey Epstein billions of dollars. He gave Jeffrey Epstein access to all these models. There are so many different trails of death. It's very much like the Clinton body count, so many trails of death, murder, and destruction from these guys. They're truly evil. If one person belongs in prison over their ties to Jeffrey Epstein, chiefly, it should probably be the guy that got him started, which would be Les Wexner, be questioned and deposed before the U.S. House. And something remarkable happened. This billionaire was told that he's going to die during the testimony. Oh, yeah. Deposition, billionaire friend of Jeffrey Epstein gets very blunt warning from his lawyer when he's grilled on the relationship with the pedophile. Let's go ahead and listen here.
It was just regularly done.
88-year-old Les Wexner.
Answer the question. Okay. It was just regularly
So the lawyer, you can hear there, it's a little hard to hear, but you can hear it sort of clear as when up the audio. Listen to this. I'm going to kill you. You answer another question. More than 5 more.
Answer the question. Okay. It was just regularly done.
Says, I'm going to kill you. You know, this from a world of like, where apparently killing people, murdering people that knew too much or said too much is pretty obvious, pretty regular. Go read about this whole Shapiro murder investigation. Guy was literally about to test the day before his testimony to a grand jury. He was assassinated. Witnesses described it as a mafia hit because of the potential nexus between Shapiro, the mafia, and Wexner as part of a police investigation. Wexner were looked into for any connections to the mob. Yeah. And then here he is being told that he's going to be effing killed. Incredible. I've had a lot of lawyers, tons of them, basically have an army of them. Not one has ever uttered the phrase, I'm going to effing kill you for any reason. If you have a lawyer that said that, they're not really your lawyer. It's more like somebody who's trying to protect an operation. And that is exactly what this seems like. Les Wexner is the retail billionaire behind Bath & Body Works. He's net worth around $8 billion. In the late 1980s, a year after meeting Jeffrey Epstein, Wexner gave Epstein power of attorney over everything. Highly unusual because Epstein was not a banker, not a CPA, he didn't come from a major Wall Street firm. Before that, he had been a math teacher at a private school, never completed a college degree. Now his attorney is talking about killing him. This was obviously CIA. It's just obvious. It's just obviously what happened here was CIA like places their guy. This, I'm not saying of Mossad. Les Wexner has connections to Mossad. It's amazing. Like the people who were working for Les Wexner, who were really on the up and up, they all left the company as soon as Jeffrey Epstein took over. They realized exactly how dangerous things were getting and how bad things had gotten at the company. And they were really creeped out by Epstein. And they decided to leave. There's like lots of different board members who said things were really getting like sideways with Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein just ran this multi-billion-dollar empire. Les Wexner, though, like clearly just a front man for this. The CIA needs big, successful companies in order to get these schemes across the finish line. Les Wexner admits in his deposition that Jeffrey Epstein worked directly with the Rothschild family in France.
I think it was his experience at an industrial level, like working for a big company like Bear Stearns, and then he had done personal work for the Rothschild family in France. I don't know.
Sure you don't know. An explosive clip. Les Wexner revealing Jeffrey Epstein claimed that he was a financial advisor for the Rothschild family. He verified it. Specifically, I talked to the Rothschilds and mentioned that earlier. So she represented the whole family. Wexner describes how Epstein was boasting that he advised Google's co-founders, Google's chief technologist, and Jeff Bezos. He admits he never confirmed those claims. Goodness. He helps settle, of course, a Rothschild problem with the Obama administration. In the 1980s, that Epstein had already done wealth management for the Rothschild and friends. This far predates any relationship we had previously known about.
Yeah, he's alive.
A lawyer telling him to shut
He's
up.
not dead.
Les Wexner,
They snuck him out.
The FBI or DOJ has ever sought any questions.
They put another body, like a body double, that looks almost identical as
publicly
Epstein.
alleging that Wexner's
And they put his ass in there.
Obviously, documents here showing that they knew Les Wexner was a co-conspirator.
That's wild.
There he is on the FBI's own
That's crazy.
law enforcement internal documents. This was just an intel op by our own government. Trump was always innocent. This is why the treatment of Epstein files broke my heart. He was misled, but of course, that's on him. Jasmine Crockett sounding so disappointed when Les Wexner continually said that he'd never met Trump, that Trump was never in any of the files, that Trump never did anything with Epstein. Wexner hates Trump, but he straight up says, no, I know nothing about Donald Trump. They're more interested in Trump than Wexner. Imagine that. Epstein stole hundreds of millions from me. Also, Wexner, I never went to the police and I never got questioned by the FBI. Right. They don't care about the victims. They just want dirt on the president. And it's the Rothschild family all over again. In an email released by WikiLeaks, Hillary says that there's a penance that she owes Liz Crokin, connecting all of this back to the Rothschild families and the higher-ups, royal family, and so on. How high does it go? Who has the ability to just give you permission to kill people? I will effing kill you, says the lawyer, Spexner, live in front of Congress. In front of Congress. They're like, well, I mean, it's almost like mocking Congress, like, you can't do anything. And isn't that what this all points to? This all points to simply a government above the government, a group of the elites that are above us, that are above society and above rules and order and laws. And they do as they please, and they kill and they murder, they rape and they pillage, and nobody holds them into account.
That's wild.
It has to happen. Spend my life. I'm going to spend my life trying to hold these people into account. It's the most important thing that you can do right now is express them. That's what we're trying to do. It's what,
You know, what I feel it's like, I'm telling you, ever since I got this mask, everything that I want to see, I'm seeing. Like, there's so much crazy shit going on in this world. So much, you know, and these like Epstein, they're gonna protect him at all costs. They're not gonna let their boy sit in jail and rot away. Are you crazy? He's a super agent. Like, are you? First of all, no. It's just it doesn't. They're gonna protect theirs, you know, and then especially he's working for the Rothschilds. Like, are you kidding me? Like, to me, listen, they're gonna protect theirs no matter what. They don't care about you or me or anybody. They just don't. They just gonna watch out for themselves. And at the end of the day, we're just peasants to them. We're as close to Wonder Bread than anything to them. You know, that 1%. You got no control. You think you have control, you don't have control. The only control you have is making sure you pay your bills, because you gotta live. You gotta fend for yourself. But you don't see them coming to help you. Hell no. You never hear of the Rothschilds coming and helping out and doing anything for anyone. No, the rich gets richer. That's it. And the Rothschilds, why doesn't Mandani goes over to the Rothschilds and tell them, give us money for New York? You know, send Mandani. He loves to beg for money, so go to the Rothschilds. Go beg for money from them. All right. This oh, look, I got another video here. Let me the sound issue again. I hate when this thing does that. It's been doing this too much. Like it just messes up the whole thing. I have to reset the whole. Come on, man. All right, here we go.
Stop it. She said, well, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, put it from the beginning. Here you go.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete question on a different topic. We know that at one point you owned a property in Palm Beach. It was a large oceanfront estate. We understand that you sold that estate to a guy named Abe Gossman, and that later Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein got into a bidding war over that property. Do you have any knowledge of, or did you have any involvement in that dispute between Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump?
No. I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete question on a different topic. We know that at one point you owned a property in Palm Beach. It was a large oceanfront estate. We understand that you sold that estate to a guy named Abe Gossman, and that later Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein got into a bidding war over that property. Do you have any knowledge of, or did you have any involvement in that dispute between Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump?
No.
Damn, that's crazy. That's just crazy. They have the attorney that comes out apeshit crazy to speak like that to his client. He could have a moment private with my client, a minute, and then just taking a little break, and then spoken to the attorney. Have you ever worked with an attorney before? Do you know how this shit works? You can't just come out and the never ending story and you're just giving them more to answer and to get more. But that was in the past. Epstein is somewhere living the life still. As we hear, we just continue to struggle. The rich, they always find a way. They will always find a way. All right, let's keep it moving. See what we got here. What is this? Some video. What is this about? Disturbed body cam footage shows hazing of shirtless, blindfolded University of Iowa frat. What? Oh, okay. We're gonna check this out. I don't think there's nudity. Is there? Oh Lord. This is a male frat house, so I'll tell you, these fucking frat shit is stupid. But let's watch.
Okay, well, we need to find someone who's in charge because this is ridiculous. Hey, this stops here, guys. This is a police department. This stops here. Who's in charge?
They're upstairs.
What the hell? What the hell?
How about we start cleaning this up? Everyone take their blindfolds off.
What the hell?
Hey, man. You see anything over there?
No, I mean just one dangerous fire code violation after.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ridiculous amount of beds, people sleeping in there.
Yep. For sure.
Damn, they still standing there. Like NPC.
Yes, 142. I'll take you as well.
Look, they're just standing there. Like, that's creepy as fuck. Look, they don't move. What the hell is going on in here?
You got some backup coming now.
Yep, they're coming.
You got some backup coming. The fire department does not want to deal with this crazy shit.
And they're all just still standing there.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they're all just standing there.
I thought you were pretty clear.
Yeah, I thought so too. Guess not.
There's nobody knows who's in charge.
Apparently not me. Bet you guys are chill here for a bit.
What the fuck? What's going on in this world that I like? What is happening? What is happening? I gotta keep it moving. Oh, okay. Good. Got
Good
weather.
afternoon, everyone. Lots discussed when it comes to the weather. It's a pretty nasty afternoon, a little mix of snow and ice, and we've got bigger game to chase after Sunday night into Monday. I'm Eric Fisher alongside Terry Ellison, our executive weather producer and director here.
Yeah, suddenly this afternoon and this evening has become a lot less interesting. Not that it was all that
not interesting in the first place, but definitely much less interesting now.
Lots of updates and changes to the forecast for a nor'easter.
Yeah, this will be the big exclamation point. Very busy winter here. We've had snow moving now. A sleety mix is starting to change spots. This is where we do have some slippery roads out there this evening, so use some caution. And it'll hold on the longest here in northern Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Amounts will be those yellow speckles there. That's where the sleet has been mixing in around the Mass Pike, southeastern Mass, and then just rain south of there toward the South Coast and the Cape. And that mixed line will move a little farther north this evening. Things will generally taper off in intensity. The heaviest precipitation for the event is what we just had that came through this afternoon and still continuing around Essex County.
No, I got
we'll see things taper to more of an icy mix during the overnight.
Yeah, I think some folks heading out
Right now.
They see some of the roads are a little bit white and they're wondering, oh boy, here we go. Well, not really.
No.
This is pretty much
Be
about as bad as it's going to
tonight.
get for now. It's going to be spotty for the next several hours. We may get a little bit of snow later, but it's kind of fits and starts for the rest of the night, essentially.
It's
Yeah,
just
so here's
icy.
the general idea here. The snow again holds on in northern Massachusetts and New Hampshire, which is where it's a little colder too, and where we'll see the most accumulation. Overnight, we'll see things turning back to all snow for everybody with a little bit of additional accumulation there. And some
I'm
snow
just more
showers
worried
lingering
about the
into
ice.
tomorrow. It'll be a chilly
Like the
start to the
slick
weekend.
roads.
A lot of clouds and low 30s, but don't expect any major accumulation. The best chance of 3+ is still in the towns right near the New Hampshire border and then north from there. And again, mostly minor. I think most will probably get a coating to an inch or two in that 1 to 3 inch band.
Yeah, I would say plowable. Where is the plowable line there? I mean, I'm not sure Boston's necessarily plowable.
Plowable might be somewhere around Woburn and west from there, I would say.
Northwest of I-95, 128, up that way, yeah.
Yeah, and then farther to the south, it's just kind of some icy mix this afternoon and watching out for slick areas overnight. And then the weekend, not a lot of melting going on here, just some low to mid 30s for Saturday and Sunday. And Sunday night is when we're watching that next much bigger storm.
Yeah, and then here it comes. Essentially, the track of this storm is coming much closer to what we call a benchmark storm here.
Wow.
And that's really
You're gonna
the
get
main
fucked.
reason for why we're up
I don't
in
know if you're going to be able to
everything. Wind, snow. So here it comes riding up the East Coast. This is later Sunday night. I think we get into maybe some light snow Sunday night. It's really after midnight Sunday that the true steady stuff comes in, I think.
Yeah, the biggest change we've seen in some of the guidance for this is that instead of a track that's a little bit more west to east, it's allowing it to dig more south to north. That allows it to gain some latitude, climb closer to us, and bring us the heavier impacts from the storm here. So this will be up with what we saw in January, likely one of the two biggest storms that we'll have for this entire winter. Snowing heavily late Sunday night into Monday morning, and then Monday afternoon we'll start to taper things off. But when it comes to totals, it's another one that, boy, we're just going to be digging out right after we lost some of that snow. We're getting back closer to where we were in mid-January.
I can't imagine many folks are seeing this map right now and jumping up and down for joy. There's a lot of hazards that come with this, or we're back to like big snow banks, and not to mention the wind that comes along with it, the possibility of blizzard conditions at times. It's just going to be sort of a miserable late Sunday night and Monday. All the nor'easter things, really. And we didn't have that with the prior storm. It was literally just a fluff
We're going to do a
storm.
test. We're going to burn the
We did not
snowman
have
again.
the added factors that we're going to have this
I'm gonna
time. So
build
in some
another
ways, this could even be more
snowman,
impactful for some
and I'm going to
folks.
burn it really
Absolutely.
good.
More wave action, more chances for
You're gonna
coastal
see it's
flooding,
gonna
very
melt.
strong winds. The last
Don't
storm
melt.
was basically just an evenly spread fluffy snowfall, a lot of it, but didn't really have any of those other hazards. We did put a band. It's a little early 2 days out for the jackpot zone, but we put one in around the South Shore down to the South
Another
Coast. It looks
snowman.
like that might be where we see the biggest totals overall, but 10 to 16 for much of eastern Massachusetts is a pretty solid snowstorm
That'll
for us
do it.
here. Heavy wet snow more likely too, especially near the coastline. So this will not be as fluffy unless you're farther inland where you get a little bit of that fluff factor. Winds very gusty, so highlighting blizzard conditions possible near the coastline from Cape Ann
No,
down to
they got-
Boston.
they're
South
gonna
Shore,
get the
Cape
blizzard.
Cod, and the islands. Still
Thank
plenty of
God
blowing
we
and
ain't getting
drifting
that
farther
shit
inland,
here.
too.
Yeah, I think if you're planning, or if you really, if hopefully
Like
you don't
along
need to, but if you have to be on the
Boston,
roads Monday
on
morning
the
or even Monday
coast.
midday, These
And
could
the
be
Cape,
whiteout conditions at times. This really could be
especially
nasty
Martha
stuff right along the
Vineyard.
coastline, especially. So my guess is that a lot of you may be able to work from home, which
Mhm.
would be fantastic.
That sounds nice.
Would not advise. Yeah, not all of us, but yeah, this could really be. Again, our last storm we had the snow, but we did not have the really low visibility and the wind gusts 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. So this could be one of those storms, one of those type of nor'easters.
Yeah, no wonder you see all the crews out there by the coast watching the waves batter the
Wow,
shoreline.
that
Here. Here's a
wind.
look at the wind projection, and heading into Sunday night, those winds.
Oh
start to
yeah, they're gonna
increase
go
out
up. Look,
northeast,
40s,
and as we head into
50s.
Monday,
And
that's
that's
where the storm
heavy
makes its
still.
closest pass, and some really strong wind gusts here, especially right along the coast.
70s.
I don't know if we'll get this
70.
high, but it's possible to see some gusts over 70
77.
miles per hour for the
Is it?
exposed areas of Cape Cod and the islands.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
We're
definitely.
gonna get
the
heavy.
peak of
This
the
is heavy
storm looking
wind.
like this is again
We're gonna
Monday
get heavy winds
afternoon,
here in Connecticut
Monday morning,
too.
Monday afternoon. You get that
But they're gonna be in like in the
You can see the
40s.
winds here starting to turn more northerly and
It might
northwesterly
gust
as the
into
storm
like the
moves
50s.
away from our area, but still a gusty
Our
evening
area
as the
is
snow
gonna
tapers
be.
off. And of course, we do have some
We'll see.
concern here for the high tide cycle. We're hitting a high tide cycle,
Recording
but
it.
it's not as high again as thankfully as some of the latter storms. So we're
gonna have to
probably going to
take
be
pictures.
mostly minor coastal flooding here, maybe some pockets
Before
of
and after.
moderate.
Yeah, the timing is interesting because that one that's late Sunday night, we're not really into the teeth of the storm yet when it comes to the wind and that onshore fetch. And by the time we are on Monday afternoon, it's a lower of the high tide cycles. 9.1 requires almost a 3-foot surge or so to bring in flooding, which we very well could have. But to get to major flood levels, with a tide like that, probably not going to happen, but something to keep an eye on for sure. If you're right near the coastline, very high water levels. Situate, a look here. You've got the big tide late Sunday night, and then a lower one that comes in Monday afternoon during the heart of the storm. That's still going to be in range of coastal flooding, probably not as high as some of the biggest storms that you remember.
Yeah, that Monday afternoon high tide, again, the winds will be switching more northerly, and even the Tuesday morning to follow, it could be some splash over, more so likely in the north, like Situate, Sandwich and the North Shore facing beaches.
Yep. And then if you're wondering, okay, give me some hope. Let me know something might change. Well, the difference between this and what we saw in January is obviously snow melts a lot faster this time of the year than it does in January. It's not going to be in the teens following the storm. It's going to be above freezing after the storm. And we have a chance for some rain on Thursday and Friday. So we'll see what happens as we head through later next week. It's not going to be as durable as what we saw with the last one, but our banks are going to be pretty high come Monday.
Aren't you Mr. Sunshine? Look at Tuesday, though, huh? Fantastic.
Hey, I'm an optimist. I've always been. I look at the bright side. I always have some positive spin. I'm not a doom and gloomer. So
I mean, we're almost to March, so any snow that falls this time of year is destined to go away fairly quickly. Obviously, we hope it doesn't go away too quickly, because then we're talking flooding.
It doesn't look like it,
but it doesn't. It does looks like a relatively snow melt, much like we've done the last couple of weeks with the prior storm. So. Yeah, I mean, here we go again.
Here we go again. Get excited. But you know what? February is over next weekend, and it's only so much more we can go. But this is going to be a significant storm system with those blizzard conditions. We will keep you updated here on CBS News Boston.
All right, that's great, Boston. You guys are ready for ass kicking? Yeah, I'm going to get your ass kicked big time. That storm is no joke. That storm is going to... It's going to be very... Especially for the Cape. They're going to get like 2 feet easy of snow. Easy. It's going to paralyze that city for a while. You know, it's been a long time since they got hit by something this big. And yet, though, these weather people, they suck. You know, because, and especially the apps too, because they were all pretty much like, oh, it's gonna be a little nothing really. It was like 1-2 inches. That was it. And all of a sudden, you know, you check it. Like I'm gonna check it again now, see if they update it to see what they say. But it's like, yeah, it's changed now. So it looks like we're going to get about between Sunday into Monday, because this is going to happen overnight. It looks like we're going to get about a foot of snow. We're looking close to about a foot of snow. And then another system's coming Wednesday, Thursday into Friday. That's going to drop another inch or two. That's how they start, inch or two, and then they bump it up big, because they did the same thing with this storm. This storm, they were saying 1 to 2 inches, and we're getting another storm right after this storm. You know, this Saturday, this Sunday, Monday. Well, guess what? We're getting another one Wednesday and Thursday into Friday. So, how significant is going to be? They don't know. This app, I know this shit doesn't fucking know, because it was telling me for a long time that it was only going to be an inch or two, and all of a sudden it just ballooned. Now it's like I'm fucked, because like I have an appointment on Monday and it's at 8 in the morning, and and I can say where it's at. It's in Orange, Connecticut. Yep, Orange, like the orange you eat. Orange, Connecticut. So I have an appointment down there, and they're gonna be getting like hammered with snow. So my doctor's gonna have to call in my medication. He's gonna have to call in, or maybe give me the next day appointment, and just he's gonna have to double book the appointments. This happened before, but it didn't happen during like me. Like I had went before the storm hit, and I got lucky. But this time around, I'm not lucky. I'm fucked. I'm fucky. I'm fucky. I'm fucking thinking, what the fuck, man? Because I got 2 appointments on Monday. So just thinking. I'm just thinking now. Because I got 2 appointments. Trying to see what I could do. I may have to either cancel one of them. I can't. Like the orange one, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that one. They're gonna call me early in the morning or something, because my appointment's at 8 in the morning, and I gotta figure this shit out, because the storm's it's coming Sunday into Monday. Like Monday, they're gonna have like easy over a foot of snow, and I don't got chains to put on no tires. There's a lot of fucking snow. I mean, the plow trucks, they're gonna be. They do a good job. They do a good job. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the fucking parking lots and the private businesses, because yeah, like my place where I have to go, like it's out in the open, and the parking is out in the open, so they gotta plow that shit in order for me to park to go to my appointment. So I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know what the fuck for Monday. You see, when you live up in the Northeast, it really fucks with you when these type of systems happen. It's just a monkey wrench. It fucks up your pretty much your plans, and now you have to like readjust, and try to figure shit out now. And I wish I would have been told this a lot earlier, because they bumped up the numbers today, and they bumped them up late in the afternoon. Because if I would have known this earlier in the day, I would have like made arrangements and stuff. I would have called the offices and stuff. But it's late. You ain't gonna call fucking shit now. So I'm anticipating Monday. I will wake up early and stuff, just in case. But we're gonna figure this shit out. I'm gonna show some video of the conditions. I'll take some video and show you guys, because I have to go to that appointment. So it's fucking Northeast. You got to deal with it. You know what I mean? Unless they call you and they tell you, don't come, you got to anticipate and going, because these appointments are very important for me. So I'll figure it out. All right, let me see what else we got here. Oh, I got the full video of the shirtless, blindfolded frat bros exposed in hazy horror type of event. It's about a 29-minute video from the police. You want to see it? Oh man, hey, I started the show early, so there's a reason. I don't know why, but this is an add-on too. There's a reason why I started early, is to get a lot of these videos in. Let's watch it. It's a 29-minute and 11 seconds long. So if you want to go use the restroom real quick, if you want to go grab yourself something to drink, you want a little snack, you want to roll up a medicine and smoke it, which I'm going to do right now. I'm going to do that because this one is almost done. And it's Friday night and it's fucking probably icing outside. Tomorrow it's Olympics. It's the Winter Olympics. We made it here in Connecticut. We are participating in the Winter Olympics. Tonight's event is going to be figure skating. If you can figure skate tonight, you're in luck, because it's gonna get icy tonight, and there's gonna be a lot of slipping and sliding and a lot of crashes. Because people, they think that they could go at any speed with icy conditions. So you know what happens? Slipping and sliding. When they crash and they fuck up their car. I've seen it so many times here in Connecticut. I am not surprised. Tonight is going to be one of those nights because it's Friday night and I'm feeling all right. Yeah. Well, guess what? You're going to be feeling it with a fucking fucked up car now if you fucking go out there and you're driving the streets, especially in northern Connecticut. We're talking about like northern Hartford, up north, Windsor, even up to Springfield, Massachusetts, up in those northern, southern Mass, northern Connecticut. It is going to be icy tonight, even throughout, even in the northwest corner. And the temperatures are dropping, and there's water on the ground, and the ground is cold. So what do you think is gonna happen? Slipping and sliding. They're gonna be slipping all over the place, and they're gonna fucking crash. I've seen it so many times. I tell you, I repeat myself, but man, living up here in Connecticut, a lot of people forget, because it's been a long time since we had systems like this that come through like this. And today was like a mixture of snow, ice, and rain. It was a weird combination, but it was a slippy sliding, type of event today. Some areas got a lot of ice today, and what's gonna happen is that's gonna freeze tonight, and a lot of cars are gonna turn into little cocoons. Little icicle cocoons. It's gonna be hard to open your car, and you wonder, how the hell do I open my car? My car is like a little cocoon. Well, I usually take these bottles here. I'll fill it up with hot water. I take like 3 of them and fill it up with hot water. Put it in a bag. Walk up to the car, open it, and then pour it along the borders of the door, and it opens up real fast. A lot of people are like there and they're like trying to pull on their door to open it, and they end up breaking the handle of the door. Not me. Hot water, go and then chisel the car with the little ice scraper. Scrape the ice off. We had a cocoon event a few weeks back where it had it was like ice, and then it was rain, and then rain turned in, like, to the ice storm, and then it kind of like cocooned the car, And in the morning, I had to get out early. And then I looked at the car. And it was like, before I went out. And I was like, oh, let me get the water. So I get the hot water and stuff. And then you just got to chisel the fucking car. That might happen tomorrow morning. We'll see. But I'm anticipating a good snow event this weekend. All right, let's get to the video here. This is a longer extended video, and this is coming in courtesy of Law and Crime on the Case. They do have a commercial, I believe, early in the and it's, I believe it's the only one. So once it goes to that commercial, I'm gonna skip that commercial and then get back to the video because it seems like there's no other. This is some creepy ass shit. All right, so we're gonna watch this Law and Crime on the Case. Oh, you guys ready for this? Damn, I didn't even roll up my medicine. Hold on, I gotta grind it. I gotta scale it. Thank God I have enough medicine. I think I have enough medicine. It smells so good. You know which is this? This is the original. This is the original glue. Original glue. I love you. Tonight it's gonna be. Let's see. Gotta scale it out. Always gotta scale your medicine. If you're doing you gotta scale it out. I am very strict in what I put into me. And I'm responsible when it comes to, because you got to know the quantity and it lasts you longer too if you scale it out. And I only smoke 0.5s, so 0.5 grams. And that's it. That's why I make a little. It's like a little cigarette joint that I make. And that's my little trick. All right, so I gave you some time to go use the restroom. I gave you some time to go get your snack. I already scaled out the medicine. I'm about to start grinding this down. In a minute, I'm going to start the video. And we're going to watch a full police video, body cam video of a hazing event at a frat house, an all-male frat house. And it's very disgusting. You can just imagine what they do to these kids, the abuse they do to these kids. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be shirtless guys, young, dumb, full of cum individuals. So you give me a minute. I gave you some time to go get something to drink and get a snack. That was nice. In the future, I'm gonna have a lot of people here. So Terry, you're always gonna have attention. Albie always has attention. You always have my attention. You guys will have my attention. Because it might get crazy in the future. You know what I mean? Especially if I get a hold of certain people and I invite them onto the show. And maybe have someone like, I don't know. I'm trying to work out something behind the scenes. So trying to start the communications and try to see what I could do. See how capable I am. I don't like to interrupt people, but sometimes I may need to. Oh man. But I don't want to get too famous or anything like that. I don't want to be famous. I want to be infamous. That's what I want to be, infamous. I just want 1,000 subscribers. That's all. I don't care if it gets to 1,000, maybe 1,100. So that way I'm safe because people play games and go back and forth on 1,000. But to hit 1,000 would be a great achievement for this year. I don't know if you guys, let me make it big for me because we're putting this together. Because I'm not going to miss that video. I want to smoke this while watching that. And it's a hazing video. It's an extended video, 29 minutes. It's a good amount of time. This side here. Oh boy. I just finished my box of papers. I got an extra one because I use raw organic papers. I use organic. It smokes better. I don't like the original because it's too harsh when you smoke it. I don't like chemicals on my paper. So I get the organic raw papers. It burns good too. But I don't like chemicals on my papers. I don't like flavor. I don't like any of that shit. I just want the medicine. I don't want the paper to be fruity. I don't smoke tobacco. So I don't do I just don't like tobacco. It's too harsh. I don't like. I'm trying to smoke it for the medicine, not for to add more. To add that tobacco smoke. I don't like it when you roll it up like into like the joints and shit. I like clean, organic. Clean, organic paper with no fucking chemicals on it. There you go. I rolled up a joint. Hopefully y'all ready. We sell the raw papers in my store. That's what's up. Do you guys sell the organic? Because I always get organic. It says organic hemp on the top left corner. All right, here we go. We're going to watch the video now. So sit back, relax. We're going to watch this hazing video. There is one commercial that I will fast forward through it, and then we'll get right back into it. So here we go. What the fuck? This is creepy.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on?
This is some wild, newly released body cam video of what police in Iowa came upon when they entered a frat house.
What the
You
hell?
guys see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
A shocking discovery of possible hazing inside a frat in the middle of the night. It is bizarre. Frankly, it is creepy, and it is all caught on video.
You're not very forthcoming with everything. How about you ask the house dad who you 30 years to are trying to get hold of? Okay, go call him.
And just wait until you see how the brothers of this fraternity acted when police came inside. One of them was accused of making life difficult on the officers. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
What the fuck? This is crazy.
Hey guys, real quick, want to thank you so much for following this case with us as we're able to bring you this story. because of our incredible partner,
All right,
Morgan
here's the
and
commercial.
Morgan. There is a
We're
reason
gonna jump ahead.
why On the Case is one of the top QR code on your screen.
All right, let's keep it moving. Hold on.
To the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity because there's a fire alarm call.
Pretty dark in here.
Yeah, it's dark.
Okay. Walk through.
I mean, it's probably that's what I think.
Can I get through?
What the hell? It's like all careless guys everywhere.
Hey guys, what's going on here?
This is creepy.
What's going on? Who's in charge?
Campus 127. I'll take a second here. Yeah, I'll definitely need 133 here.
This is the alarm here.
All right, who's in charge?
He ain't talking?
Looks like we have quite a bit of hazing. So I'm gonna ask again, who's in charge?
We can talk upstairs.
No, we're gonna talk right here. Who's in charge?
A couple of us are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, well, we need to find someone who's in charge because this is ridiculous. Hey, this stops here, guys. This is a police department. This stops here. Who's in charge?
They're upstairs.
So I want to freeze the video right here and just take in what this police officer walked into. You have dozens of presumably frat pledges, people trying to make this fraternity, some of them shirtless, covered in muck. There's a guy who seems to have a blindfold on. These are the kids that are trying to be initiated into the frat, and they are just terrified to say anything to police or maybe say the wrong thing in front of the upperclassmen.
How about we start cleaning this up? Everyone take their blindfolds off. You see anything over there?
No, I mean just one dangerous fire code violation after another.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ridiculous amount of beds, people sleeping in there.
Yep.
That exit is locked. This is creepy, man. What the hell?
Yes, 142. I'll take you as well.
Yeah.
Yikes. Officers are now trying to figure out who's in charge of this big frat house and what the heck was that? There's a firefighter who says, what the is going on here? And that seems to be the question that none of the brothers at this fraternity want to answer, especially the guy you see in that white Iowa sweatshirt. He's still having a cold one, ripping a cloud from his vape, and he's blocking the doorway to what just seems like a freak show of a scene of possible hazing going on behind him.
A couple different code violations.
So what's going on in here? You don't know? You're just blocking the door so we can't see you live here. How does nobody live here then? Just hanging out? You tell me. No, you tell me. I don't know.
You go to University of Iowa?
Yeah.
You do? What's your major?
Business.
Business? What's your name?
Why?
Sure, what's your name is?
Jose.
Jose? Jose, what's your last name?
Why?
Phone it. Who I'm talking to?
I won't tell you that.
Hmm?
I don't want to tell you that.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
All right.
Want to see my ID?
Yeah, you got an ID or anything to prove?
Damn. This He's holding his drink and drinking.
Two different things. Campus 142, one by DL, number at Iowa when you're ready.
It's definitely not Jose. I go by Jose.
So Jose is off to a hot start, and he's trying to make small talk with the officers.
Do you have your real driver's license?
Real as it gets.
It's as real as it gets.
Scan it, please.
What is going on here?
Is that room going anywhere else? Lunch room. That room.
Did you say negative, or I just want to see if you had to return? My bad.
He's blocking them from going in there. They're gonna pull his ass out of there because they gotta check it.
Copy, thank you. Are you still over in Riverdale, or are you living at the house?
I go to school here.
What?
That's my initial address.
I know. Are you still living there, or you travel every day?
Iowa City.
Okay.
It's real.
This is crazy.
Don't go. Hey, Stu. You guys from around here? Sure.
I probably shouldn't touch anything here.
Ew.
Jose gives a big burp in the doorway, and the officer heads upstairs, then returns a few minutes later to go back into that room full of dudes.
All right, Jose, can you step over here? Why? I mean, it's on these people here. I need to step over here. I'll step inside.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Is anyone in here that needs medical attention? Is anyone here that is against their will? Is there anyone here who is not participating in this? I.e. a leader?
Is there anyone with any sort of physical injury?
No.
Damn, that's weird how they all answered.
I'm almost
Huh? Creepy.
It's almost like this. With the guy standing here.
What the fuck? This is crazy. Damn.
What's all over you guys?
Just water.
Just water? What's on that dude's tie?
I'm not sure. Someone.
You? Come here.
Serena.
Damn it.
Nope. You're going to stand right over there.
Why?
Because I'm telling him to.
It's my house.
It's your house. You're responsible for everything that happened today. So, okay. Tuck in right there. Get up against the wall. Come over here. You're going to do the same thing. You're going to stand with your buddy over here.
He has marks on him. The fuck? There's some.
You guys need to go step over there.
Can we turn on the light?
So, are you responsible for the house? No. Okay, who's the house dad?
He said he was
Just told
responsible.
you where it's at. Go call him. Go there.
What was his name?
Eric, I told you. Why are you asking me?
Because it sounds like you're responsible for the house.
No.
It sounds like you have some idea of what's going on.
No.
You're not very forthcoming with everything.
How about you ask the house dad who you 30 years
Two we're trying to get hold of.
Okay, go call him. Please. Kind of leading this thing. Go call him.
This is weird as fuck, man.
Stay right there.
Stay here. I'll let him get-
You guys got IDs on you?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at them.
No.
Step back. I don't know you, dude. Back up.
Private property. I can stay here.
Yeah, but right now we're investigating something that's going
Investigating what? There's nothing going on.
This is weird. What the fuck?
on. Just sit tight there for me.
Dude, that's fucking weird.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? anything. Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into? Celebration. You know what I mean? Celebration of what? Of life. Okay, sweet.
Celebration of life. You hear that shit?
I got your guys' IDs, so just stay there.
Yes, sir.
Of course.
All right, what's going on? This is weird.
Okay. You two, come to the top of the stairs.
So potential future lawyer Jose definitely doesn't seem to want the officers talking to these shirtless pledges inside that room. And on a serious note, I do need to go back here because I just find it incredibly creepy how all of these pledges, they're huddled in the back of that room. They're shirtless. Here's what happens when the officer goes to try to talk to two pledges. And you just notice this group of kids trying to make this fraternity, they are so obedient to the brothers of this frat.
Okay, you two. The reason I pulled you guys aside. We're here for public safety at this point. What's on your arms? Oh. Where are you guys going now? $127. Can I get you back down here? What's on your neck?
I don't know. I can't see.
This guy's telling him what to do. Look at that shit.
Blood, is it? Shining your light. Is it blood?
That's what I'm asking.
Want to taste it?
No.
Okay.
Do you see why we're here? Why we're asking questions?
I don't know. You got the wrong guy.
What the hell? You got the wrong guy. What the fuck is wrong with this? He's 21, right? Why are we not having him in handcuffs and behind a cop car? This is an investigation now.
I was going to ask those guys questions, and then he told them all to start heading out.
What's up?
I was going to ask those two guys questions, but then they all started falling out.
They left.
No, I stopped them, but he was...
Misunderstood. Did you pull these guys out?
No, I went to go talk to those guys, and then they started coming out.
Why do we come out? So I said that. I said they should come out. You said it? I did. So you're in charge. I know you said you're not in charge. Not in charge. I said they should go to their beds. And that's where they sleep? They're new live-ins for the next semester in the spring.
What's going on here? This is Iowa. No, this is very disturbing.
Sit tight. There's the house dad's here.
Okay.
So house dad's here. Yeah. He doesn't seem too happy. Nor would I. Raise. So again, I'm asking. Nothing.
Yeah, we should be all right now. The crowd is just trying to leave.
You guys have your... No one was trying to leave. Right here, dude.
Right
here.
Okay.
He needs to be in handcuffs already.
Go check.
I can check him right here if I wanted to.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, cool.
Now, we did have to blur out the part of what Jose just said there, but just to make sure you know what he said for context, he called that officer a homophobic slur that begins with the letter F. Let's pick it up here.
You got nothing.
Right.
You got nothing.
Okay.
There's no fire here. There's no nothing.
Well, that's what we're here for.
There's 40 guys with their shirts off. That's it. Celebration. Goodwill.
Celebration.
Yes. This would be a cop nowadays, I guess. Sleep on that.
Yo, what's happening? This is disgusting. When is backup showing up? Where's the police? Like they all moved to the front of the door.
You
Look.
want to turn on? You want me to turn on? Light.
I don't care.
You can't sticky. Get the flashlight.
You know why he wants to turn on the lights? He wants to see what's going on behind the officer because they're being questioned. So he wants to see that way, but he can't see. You see? He's trying to go over there. He went over there because they're talking. He don't want them to break for it and run out the
Why are you
there.
making things difficult? I'm talking about it. Why are you making things
You know, he's blocking the way there. Damn, look at all these people. What the fuck?
133, 142 on 2.
Yo, you need faster backup. Yo, this Iowa, man, what's up, man? You need fucking better police officers to show up quicker to fucking calls.
Some people might look at this, and there are a lot of people who saw this body cam video as it went viral this week, and they really cheer on a guy like Jose. One comment says that he was standing on business. Other people have said they would go to war with this guy because he is doing everything he can to protect whatever was going on in that room. But also there's a lot of people looking at this who think, you know, if I was a parent paying tuition and you see your son as one of the pledges in that room, it's just shocking to say the least. It's also just kind of awkward. And a lot of people see this as weird. Now, upstairs,
It's very
the
fucking
fraternity's
weird.
house dad has finally returned. And this is an adult who lives at the frat house, and he's kind of like an advisor.
Who have you talked to anybody? I got
talked to a few people. We're just trying to get it sorted out who's involved and who's kind of leading the thing. No one's really being forthcoming on that.
Police then go downstairs and they turn on the lights. They start taking pictures of all the pledges. Now, the good news is no one was hurt.
Excuse us.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry. We're gonna take a few photos, guys, okay?
All right.
What the fuck? What the hell is in the water? What's on the floor? Ew, it's making me want to throw up. Why didn't it turn on the lights to begin with? Why did it have to make it so fucking creepy?
Fluids on the living. Is there a light in here?
Yeah, it's on the left.
I see it. Thank you.
Yup, sleep there.
No, good now.
That's a fire hazard. Is it blocking the exit? You see the exit? That's not supposed to be like that. It's like wall-to-wall beds.
Just go slow with it.
And they're blocking the exit?
Yeah, they definitely did these windows.
That's when I was walking up. I couldn't see him at all.
Yeah. Pitch black. I was pitch black. I didn't realize there were going to be lights on here. Just figured they didn't work.
Yeah, this frat house is a dump. Not a surprise, though. Anybody who's been in a frat house before. The next day, police actually do investigate this case. They meet up with the man who went by the name Jose. He's now sober. He says that he doesn't remember a lot from last night. He was out at the bars, then he came back. This was a Thursday, by the way, that all of this was going down. But now he's in his home and he's talking to a detective.
So you don't know what was going on? No. Okay. What did you see in there?
Bunch of guys. That's really about it.
Yeah. I mean, what were they doing?
You gotta ask the police officers. They saw it. Did they not? I don't know.
You saw it too, right?
No. I had my back turned to the police officer the entire time. I was inside doing whatever. I was talking to the police officer the entire time.
What the hell? So you never stepped into the room?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't remember. It was a blur.
Okay.
He was questioning and talking. What the fuck?
So, like I said at the beginning, I'm trying to get your side of what happened.
I'm telling you, just tell the answer.
Last night, when the officer asked for your ID, you gave him your ID. And you made a comment that it could be fake.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did say that.
That doesn't help instill honesty.
It's a real ID. I mean,
I understand, but you saying that brings your
jokes aside. Jokes aside, it was all just jokes.
Jokes.
It was nothing serious.
What?
You're just like on edge a little bit because there's just hey, this might be a fake ID. Joking, hey.
Right. I'm trying to get ground rules right now.
Sure, that's fine.
I'm trying to help you with your credibility. Okay. So when you say, I don't know, I may have, may not have, I'm trying to get your side to know what you saw, what happened, type of thing. Okay. So there's a time and place for joking around. And
I mean, I joke all the time. Right? I just joked about him breaking my car. You know what I mean?
So did you step into the room?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you see when you stepped in the room? Because obviously you saw something.
It was a blur, man.
Yeah, that's a big time safety hazard. Like that place should have been shut down.
Nah, they got a lot of people.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm a bigger guy, but
okay. So why were you standing in the doorway?
Just talking to cops.
Okay. When the officer asked you to step out of the doorway.
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. There's
Granted, it was like 2:30 in the morning after a night at the bars.
Who's
I wasn't severely intoxicated, mind you, at all. Like I wasn't like,
No, but
2:30 in the morning. Just kind of
you're answering pretty clearly.
It's midnight.
Like what?
I don't remember. I honestly
This
don't.
guy's a douche.
8:30 this morning.
Yes.
Oh no. So.
So the officer asked you to move. You said no. He asked you to move out of the way again, so you go in there, and you said that you weren't going to move out of his way, but you'd step into the room with him.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you so adamant about stepping into the room?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's me.
Later on, he's talking to Palmer and Teddy, I believe, back by when you go down to the right. The room with all the beds and stuff like that, right? He was talking to those two, the same officer. And you came over and stepped in front.
Yeah.
Why were you injecting yourself into that?
He doesn't need to talk to them.
Why not?
What are they investigating? There's nothing going on.
So they were trying to figure out what was going on in that room.
They don't know. They just came downstairs when you guys did.
Okay.
I mean, no one knows what's going on. You're the investigators. Do some investigating. You know what I mean?
That's what they're doing, dumbass.
You're asking
that's what I'm doing.
You're asking a whole bunch of 18, 19, 20-year-olds about what's going on. These scared don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on. I don't even know what's going on.
So how do we find out what's going on if nobody?
I don't know what's going on.
You got the wrong guy, though.
Okay. So that's why they're asking questions, because
To
you
figure out what's
didn't
going on.
know, and that's why they weren't asking you, is because you said you didn't know what's going on. And so they have to ask everybody else to figure out what's going on because you didn't know, right? So you interjecting yourself into that conversation, what good does that?
They don't need to talk to the cops. I don't even.
Why are
speak to
you
right
deciding
now.
who they need to talk to, though?
I'm just saying, they're my buddies. They're my friends.
Right. The police are doing an investigation.
About what?
They're my buddies. They're my
They're trying to
friends.
figure out what's going on in that room.
What was going on in the room? What have you heard?
So they're doing an investigation.
Yeah.
You don't dictate the investigation, right?
That's for the police. That's for us to
I had to
investigate.
keep her. Yeah, I get
Right. You understand that.
Yeah.
So why are you dictating who the police can talk to and can't talk to?
I'm just telling my buddies not to talk to them. That's it.
Okay. So you're interfering with the police officers.
Not at all.
job.
Not at all.
But
He never said, "Oh, if you don't get away, you're getting arrested." He never said that once.
He did tell you to step away. He
I
told you
sat
to
there
walk
for a
away.
second, and then he said it again. I said, I walked away.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
So he asked you.
I
to
would
walk away.
like to end this conversation right now, please.
Okay.
I would like to have a word here.
Okay.
And if there's anything actually happening, you can call me again. But it's been a pleasure. Thanks, fellas.
This guy should be arrested.
DPS off work. You guys coming over?
So you can see that man, Jose, tells officers to leave and that he wants a lawyer. Now, hazing is a crime in the state of Iowa. It is considered
why
a
is he not
criminal
arrested?
misdemeanor, but no one would be charged with that. Jose's real name is Joseph Gaia. This is
There
video
you
of
go.
him when he was put in cuffs and arrested. He did face a charge of interfering with the officer's investigation. And according to KCRG TV, he seemed prepared to take this case to trial, but his charges were dismissed. His defense argued that the University of Iowa police officer did not face force or threats that hindered the investigation. And according to the television station, Gaia was not a University of Iowa student, and he did not live in the fraternity house. Now, as for the brothers of Alpha Delta Phi, the university investigated what we just all took in there on that body cam video, and the frat was suspended from the University of Iowa in February 2025. The earliest it can be reinstated, according to local media, is July 1st, 2029. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. We're also now
fucking crazy, that like not even scary movies are good enough to pull that shit off like that. That looked like a fucking like a crazy ritual that they were fucking trying to attempt there, and a hazing event. But like the guy played stupid. He played it stupid and got the fucking like charges dismissed and everything. Like, what is going on in this world? Like, I'm telling you, everyone, we are living in hell. Prove me motherfucking wrong. I'm waiting for that day for you guys to come and prove me wrong. We live in hell. We want to get to heaven. We're trying our hardest to get to heaven. But we're living in hell. Wow. That's just disturbing. All right. We got to cleanse our minds with something else. That was truly disturbing. It was really fucking disturbing. All right. Here we go. What's this? Dramatic moment. Truck crashes into overpass in Florida. Whoa. He crashed? Wow. Well, we're going to find out. We're looking for a truck. No, that's a white truck. That's passing. All right, I am fucking an edge already. Show me the fucking accident. This is pretty good so far. Do a jump scare at me. Oh shit! Oh my god. Yo, the cameraman never fails. The cameraman is fucking always fucking undefeated. You saw that? That shit was a jump scare. Holy shit. Let's keep it moving. Man, I'm punishing myself tonight. I'm punishing myself tonight. What is going on here? Let's see what we got.
Go hit the button.
Oh, that was yesterday.
Breaking news,
Oh,
man
no.
who crashed his sports car under a Lee County school bus is now charged with domestic violence. It happened
What?
not long after Jacob Novak walked home from the crash in San Carlos Park. Gulf Coast News reporter Kyle Smith found out Novak has a long history of arrests.
Oh my god. And he got hit with domestic violence? Look at this.
I've never seen a crash like that before.
And survived.
Scary.
Miraculously, no one was seriously hurt when this car went under a Lee County school bus yesterday
How
in
did he
St.
survive?
Carlos Park.
My heart kind of dropped when I seen how far that car went underneath that bus. I mean, that's kind of heart-wrenching.
No kids were on board, but this could have been much worse.
Making sure that our bus stops are safe and our children are safe is the #1 priority. After evaluating, we realized we don't have issues at that bus stop.
Even though the driver, Jacob Novak, only had minor injuries, his brush with death Wednesday didn't end well for him.
After the Jaguar drove under the school bus on US 41, the man got out and walked home. Deputies say he was arrested later for pushing a woman at his house.
Him and the fiance get into an altercation. He pushes and batters her. Subsequently, he's arrested. So I don't know what that cause is, but I do know we have zero tolerance. And, you commit a domestic violence act in Lee County, you're going to jail.
Novak has been arrested 9 times in the past and was currently on probation for a domestic violence arrest in August.
When I spoke to the victim off camera, she tells me that nothing happened when they got home, and she just wants the situation resolved. In St. Carlos Park, Kyle Schmidt, Gulf Coast News.
That's crazy. He was miraculously able to walk off, like, without a care in the world. It was like, okay, it's dangerous times we're living in. Like, we're just living in just weird times. All right, we got a couple of videos to watch. Well, we got a couple of add-ons. So let me work on the add-ons real quick. A good add-on I see here. Oh, damn. Give me one sec. Come on. I hope everyone's having a great Friday night. Thank you for spending it with me. I appreciate it very much. It's been pretty entertaining so far. Trying to do some little housekeeping. Housekeeping? Yes, housekeeping. All right. Just make sure. Let's see. Okay, we're good. No, I'm not. All right. I think I got everything set up here. System's acting a little weird. But we just saw this one, so let me just start exiting. I think this one, we saw this one too. Okay, so here we go. What is this one? I'm gonna watch right now.
Tonight, with a man whose dash cam captured that deadly crash of a prisoner van. He is speaking out.
Video shows the van flying the vans into an off the interstate and erupts in flames. Investigators say 2 people were killed and 3 others seriously injured.
The officer and inmate who died have been identified as Michael Valera and William Rodman. Our Claudia Nichols spoke with the witness
the officer died
today.
And Claudia, he was right there.
That's right. He was Lenise and Cameron. Not only did his dash cam capture it all, but he
Oh my
watched it
God.
happen in real time. Video shows his vehicle traveling behind the utility truck the prisoner transport van slammed into before leaving the roadway. With almost no time to react, he pulled over, then says his first instinct was to run in and help.
Oh, he got cut off. Got cut off.
Tonight, Charlie King says he'll never forget that sound. A prisoner transport van slamming into a metal support structure. For the first time, King is sharing what he watched unfold on I-10 near Ocean Springs yesterday. King's truck captured dash cam footage of the prisoner transport van cutting across multiple lanes, slamming into a utility truck before violently colliding with the metal pole.
Yeah, that's his fault. He crossed over without checking, Because he wanted to get off at this
Mississippi
exit.
Highway Patrol says an inmate and officer were killed. 3 others were seriously injured. 2 of them life-flighted to the hospital.
When I saw it hit that upright pole and heard the loud sound, it had to be bad because the vehicle disintegrated.
Investigators say the van was on its way from Florida to Mississippi to pick up an inmate from Harrison County. King says he was heading to Baton Rouge to visit family when his dash cam recorded the deadly crash. With more than 20 years of military service, he says instinct took over. He had to stop and help.
I didn't know it was that bad until I got out of my truck and ran back there. So I had to
Oh
come
my
back and get my
God.
fire extinguisher. The fire started out small, but by the time I got back, it was too far gone to put out with fire extinguishers.
King also took these photos. Orange flames swallowing the van as first responders rushed in. Officials say the inmates were handcuffed with waist chains and shackles held in a closed compartment in the back of the van.
Oh my
Responders
God.
had to cut a hole in the side of the van to get them out.
They got them handcuffs. That didn't register at the time, but I found out later after reading the story there were prisoners inside of the van.
King also says he's a retired mechanic and noticed the transport van was putting out an excessive amount of exhaust. And he wonders if something was wrong with the engine before the crash.
Oh, wow.
And take a look at this. Not only did King capture footage of the crash ahead of him, but he also had a
Behind him.
rear dash cam showing black
Wow.
smoke billowing from the wrecked van in the aftermath. You can see the scene playing out behind his truck as first responders rush in to help. Lenny's camera.
That was quick for first responders to reply, to come out there. Damn, that was really fast. But wow, somebody died. All right, let's keep it moving.
There's an alarming new crime trend from the state of Texas, which is now spreading really all across the southeast, and police say it can happen in just a few seconds.
Jugging rhymes with mugging. It spread from Texas to South Carolina. Some police in small towns there weren't even sure what the word meant until the crime started happening in their own districts.
Derived from the term mugging, but since a mug holds less, a jug is make a bigger score.
This video is of a gunpoint robbery in Sherman Oaks, California. The customer throws his bag of $10,000 cash and the thieves take off. It's called bank jugging. Thieves watch you taking out money from the bank, follow you, and rob you. It can happen quickly anywhere at any time. In Austin, Texas, police report more than 60 cases in the first half of the year. And in California, police have noticed an uptick over the past few months.
Police say you can see a driver who had recently gotten money out of a Chase Bank and came to this convenience store on Telephone Road. In just seconds, the 4Runner pulls up, followed by a white Chrysler. And men from the vehicles to break out the windows on both sides of the victim's vehicle before reaching in and taking off with the cash.
And leaving envelopes stuffed with cash or even putting it in a glove compartment. Nothing safe.
The day before, Houston police say this man took money from inside a vehicle at a car wash. When confronted by that vehicle's owner, the suspect showed a weapon before getting away with money also recently withdrawn from a bank.
In North Dallas, he backed his car in,
Look at this shit.
then 3 armed men jump out of an SUV, run up and start pointing their guns at him, even pounding on his window, demanding he give up the cash he has on him. In this case, their plan did not work because Mark kept his doors locked and managed to escape.
Investigators say 27-year-old Johnson and 31-year-old Davis Mitchell followed a bank customer who had just withdrawn $75,000. The constable talked with both victims today.
The wife is at home. She has a broken shoulder and some ribs. She has about a 6 to 8 week recovery process. They are very relieved to know that we got these individuals off the street.
About a week ago, this jugging incident took place. You can see the video. This man was followed back to his business and beaten and robbed in the middle of the afternoon.
Police say this is Farrell Dembry and 2 others committing a jugging at the Bank of America on Fallon Loop Road last month. A 4th suspect waited in the car. A repairman was working on the ATM at the time.
The suspects had, while he was working on the ATM, pulled up, forced him to the ground, told him to lay there, indicated that they had a weapon, said they would shoot him.
Dembry disabled a different ATM in St. Louis earlier in the day.
You're gonna work on
triggering a call to
ATMs,
the
you should have
repairman.
like armed
They
security.
then followed the repairman around to different jobs until they got to O'Fallon.
In the video, you can kind of see this guy sneaking around the cars, and he takes something out of your car. What did he take?
He took money. He took the money I just got at the bank.
and it was deliberate.
And how much money was stolen from you?
60,000. I was just trying to, have a little cash to kind of negotiate better and that type of thing. We never expecting that it was all going to just disappear.
On February 13th, cameras showed the moment he attacked Trung, body slamming her to the ground and stealing her money. He followed her after she stopped by a bank and withdrew over $4,000 to pay for a family trip to Vietnam. The Houston woman's adjusting to having limited mobility, left paralyzed. 18-year-old Joseph Harrell pleaded guilty to aggravated robbery, causing serious bodily injury, and was sentenced to 30 years in prison.
Well, you guys be careful out there. Don't be withdrawing like too much money like that. That's a lot of money. And if you're gonna do something like that, just like let the bank know in advance, so that way you're kind of like in and out. You know, this is Grand Theft Auto 6, the real life that we were watching on a daily basis. It's only gonna get crazier. It's not gonna get better. Okay, surprise! It's not gonna get better. You know, like the opportunistics, they want to take the opportunity to harm and take from others, and this is just wild times. All right, let's set up for the next one. Oh. It got like a truck explosion, a gas truck flipped or something. This is in Chile. Oh wow! Look at all the charred vehicles. I think like 4 people died. Oh wow! Look, even the side of the grass is on fire too. Wow! Look at the highway; how it's all burnt. That fireball must have been really, really fucking big. Because everything is charred. Damn, it even went up over the overpass into below. Damn, look at all the cars burned from below. What the fuck? I'm telling you, Grand Theft Auto. We live in Grand Theft Auto. The grass fire. That's the more important one. Can you imagine? You're at home, you're resting, next thing you know, fucking truck explodes out there, and then your car is being blown up because of the whatever fell below, fell from above, came below, and fucked up a whole bunch of cars. Damn. I hope they have like more camera footage. I would love to see like the unedited footage of the accident. All right, let's keep it moving.
I've got a lot to get to, so I'll begin quickly. So yeah, listen, I mean, if you're just tuning in and getting message today, obviously it's been amped up since yesterday, and I'm going to tell you how that has all changed. Certainly watching the storm all week long, it didn't have that pattern look like that it would be a major storm along the coast. It would be a huge storm just offshore, but now we're close enough to it. Let me explain why. First of all, we go outside. You should see the Empire right there. The ceiling's at about 500 feet. So our short-term issues are some low visibilities, a little mist. It's kind of damp and gloomy and raw outside. We will dry out as we go through the overnight. We're also at 34 degrees. Temperatures aren't that far from freezing. Most roads are wet, but to the north, a couple of slick spots. The easterly wind's been a little gusty out there, so again, a little raw. Drizzle is still prevalent over Fairfield County and eastern Long Island. You see a little spotty freezing drizzle in there, but we have a little lull. There will be an area of snow that goes into the far northern suburbs later on this evening. So when I talk about the jet and the steering winds and the building blocks for this storm, I'm looking at this what we call a ridge. And of course, this is a storm track, basically a river of air where storms are going to on this. And this key storm, as this begins to build, dig to the south any storm that begins to form by later Saturday and Saturday night is going to be steered north and east, but can it be pulled back to the coast? Well, the fact that this is going to be building right in this position here over the Rockies, it's going to be able to pull that storm close enough to us so that we're in the heavy bands of snow and the storm is intensifying at the same time. So this is Sunday into Monday, with the brunt being Sunday night and Monday morning. It starts as rain and snow showers on Sunday morning. You can still be traveling at that time. There can be slick spots. I'm not saying it's dry roads. But we go to all snow as the day goes on. And then it gets steadier later in the watchful, which right now we think is reaching the bulk of the area. We have the drizzle moving out, a little light snow far north during the overnight. Otherwise, clouds break for a little sun tomorrow morning, but overall, I think it's more clouds than sun. Caps up 40s off to the south and west. Good day, better half weekend. Freezing in the northern suburbs, and maybe there can be some dustings and some slippery spots. But most areas, with all the treatments, we should see wet pavement a good chunk of the day. It's hard even in late February with the higher sun angle. I don't think it's high impact during the day, at least through 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But then we get to early evening, we've got some heavier snow bands developing. The temperatures will start to drop, and we'll start to see that snow stick readily. And then you have heavy bands of snow coming in later Sunday evening, little lighter north and west, but still accumulating. Because in a particular scenario, you've got our low out here, and it just sort of pivots. We're in that pivot point. You get some of the hot snows with this. So this would be a big-time snowfall showing on our map. So this starts to pull away, and we get lighter as we go through the day on Monday and some snow showers and a major cleanup. Now, right now, when I show you these numbers, my thinking as I'm making this is I do like a widespread 6-inch or more storm is sort of the message I want to get out of this map. And the favored number in this range would be the higher range. And 8 to 12 inches east Long Island, down the shore as well. You go farther north and west, and you get into some based on new information I'm looking at. You take a snapshot of the Sunday evening winds, gusting over 30 at the coast. This could gust over 40 or 50. So winter storm watches for Sunday into Monday, coastal flood watches as well. Height of the storm Sunday night. Tonight, 37, evening showers, drizzle and fog, mostly cloudy. For tomorrow, 47, more clouds and sun, but a mild day and a tranquil day. And tomorrow night, a spot rain or snow shower. Showers in the morning on Sunday, the brunt later Sunday night and early Monday. Big snows, high winds, and coastal flooding. I'll have more throughout the night and at 11.
And we know you and the entire team will be tracking all weekend long.
I'll be here.
That's gonna be crazy. I'm telling you, we're gonna get a good hit, and I wanted snow. I wanted snow. I wished for snow for my birthday. It came like a day after my birthday. It's like, here's what you wanted. And I wanted a snowy season this year, and I got it. So I'm pretty happy with that. We got a really good lineup for the rest of the show. The rest of the show is like really stacked. And thank God I started early. Thank God I started early, because it looks like a really good stacked show. I'm just setting up the videos right now, just getting them all pretty much resized. But how's everyone doing tonight? Hope everyone's doing good. I'm having a good time tonight. Like I said, I started early tonight, and Friday night. I don't think I'm coming on the weekend. I'm telling you, unless war breaks out, I'm gonna be fucked. But if war breaks out, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not. I'm gonna take it off, and I'm gonna enjoy the weekend. But if war breaks out, and something big happens, which my bones are telling me something big is going to happen, then we got to deal with it. Got to deal with the mess. Okay, let's get this out. Okay. Oh, you see the sound thing again. Let me take a picture of this time. because it always comes out, and I always like to have receipts because they haven't fixed it. They keep having this audio problem. There we go. So let's go ahead and take this down. Let me see which video was this one. Okay, good one. It's a real good video, the next one. But I just got to reset all this. This is the second time it's happened already on this show. Won't be the last.
Focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, I gotta tell you, it doesn't seem as though there's too much good to say when it comes to Zoran Mamdani. At this point, I think it's safe to say that the luster has fallen off. People are sobering up. No more rose-tinted glasses.
The pain sucks,
reality of Zoran Mamdani
I'm feeling it.
appears to be
My knee
dawning
now.
on the normies. And
It'll
of course,
grab
if
me
you're
at
trying to
night.
get your finger on that pulse, then simply refer to Joe Rogan. You know, the left loves to pretend as if Joe Rogan is an alt-right Nazi enemy, but he's usually first to jump on these socialist hippy-dippy bandwagons. I mean, after all, he is a Bernie bro through and through, and you would expect him to kind of, fall for the appeal of a Zoran Mamdani character, as he's pretending to be anti-establishment, an outsider, a reformist, a collectivist who will do right by the people. But now it appears the Overton window has shifted quite dramatically, and instead we have Joe Rogan calling Zoran Mamdani a frickin' psychopath. Yeah, New York City voters are pissed, and the left-wing normies appear to no longer have any patience for the far-left woke BS anymore. Democrats are in a really rough position with all this far-left woke stuff that's taking over the party. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here's Joe Rogan's reaction to Zoran Mamdani doubling down on mass migration sanctuary city lunacy that's got the city in a massive budget shortfall, a massive multi-billion-dollar hole.
The New York proposal is 127
it's
billion,
more.
so it is more.
Holy,
so
10%
New
more
York
about.
City is their budget is more than the entire state of California with
Florida.
State of Florida
Yeah.
with 3 million more people, or 3 times the people.
Holy,
I can't even
Proposal,
talk.
but for this year, it would be about the same, because if it's 11 million, that's 116. That's
Sure.
the same.
But but the point is, it's
Well,
still
it says it's up 11 billion from the current year.
it's still a proposal though. He hasn't passed it.
Well, he's not. Yeah, he's a psychopath. Like
see, it's
the amount for migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for illegal immigrants.
But
Zero.
I don't think you can have zero, because if they're going to be there, they're going to be. You have to feed them. You have to do something with them. Like literally, if you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to. Human beings need food. What are you going to do? You
Get them jobs.
How are you going to get a migrant a job?
Get them a job in Guatemala.
Wouldn't
I
you
don't know.
rather give them food than a job? I don't want them taking American citizens' jobs.
Well, the whole thing's a mess.
The whole thing's a mess. But the point is, you can't just throw them away.
Right.
That's the
Unless
problem.
you're going to remove them from the country.
Right. Unless you're moving, even if you want to put them in jail, that's not cheap.
Right. That costs a lot of money.
Right. So
Yeah.
if
Really think about how the Overton window has changed. Any type of conversation about deporting illegals or shutting down migration in the past was deeply racist. Oh, such a taboo topic. But now you've got the left of center people like Joe Rogan basically sounding like Trump voters saying, no, deport them all. No more sanctuary city nonsense. I guess that's what 4 years of Bidenomics will do to you. Yeah, now all of a sudden, people are less charitable. In other words, reality kicks in. America is not this endless charity ATM machine for the world to plunder. What used to be far-right fringe nationalist ideology, people are realizing is just common sense. And even speaking of what Michael Malice said at the end in that podcast clip, as if, we've got no other choice. Well, they're here, so someone's got to pay for them. Are you just going to let them starve? They'll start robbing us. And it really goes to show, this kind of elitist out of touch thinking. Just throw money at it and make it go away. But I really think, where's the frickin' standard? Just allow mass illegal migration to continue and pay these people off so they don't rob us? That's an insane proposition. Just give the burglar your wallet is essentially what they're saying. Why even enforce burglaries of wallets? Just give it to the poor illegal migrant. No, that's a total lack of standards. That makes no sense. That's not how a functioning society works. If you are an illegal illegal alien, you should be deported. And I think that's exactly what Joe Rogan was saying. Enough of this sanctuary city lunacy, devoting your efforts as a city to protect illegal aliens from ICE operations, from federal enforcement. Enough with this woke open borders crap, and back to basic enforcement of the law. We're already staring the barrel of $40 trillion in national debt. This idea that major cities can continue to run massive deficits, continuing to subsidize this borderline seditious behavior, this abomination of the law, it's got to come to an end. It's not fiscal irresponsibility, it's fiscal insanity. And that's exactly what Zoran Mamdani is doing here.
Mamdani's proposed budget is a stunning record high $127 billion for fiscal year 27. It includes cuts to the New York Police Department, rent freezes, and increased spending on migrants. $1.2 billion for that last one.
What?
For comparison here, the mayor's proposal is nearly $10 billion more expensive than the entire budget of the state of Florida, even though that state has 3 times NYC's population. Look at the screen.
Wow.
The Wall Street Journal editorial board had some choice words for the mayor. Here's a quote. Mr. Mamdani's attempt to extort Ms. Hochul over taxes as part of a broader battle in the Democrat Party. If he prevails, expect more Democrats to imitate his class warfare and hostage taking.
It's fiscal insanity. It's nothing but insane. And while all of this is happening, massive budget shortfalls, a massive budget black hole, he's raiding New York City's key funds as the city's falling apart and he's refusing to inject the cure. What's this guy focused on? Oh, just throwing a hissy fit over a hospital's decision to remove puberty blockers and trans surgeries for kids.
It didn't take too long for the mayor here in New York City to blast this. Some people think it's a good step forward because there's going to be no more puberty blockers, no more hormones or medical transition care for minors at one of the biggest hospitals in New York. And it comes after President Trump said, listen, I'm going to sign this executive order, and if you keep doing it, you could lose your federal funding. So Mayor Zoran Mamdani is now weighing in. It only took a little bit of time, calling the move by the White House an attack, John, posting to X saying, this is yet another example of a private institution capitulating to the federal government's assault on transgender rights. In the face of these attacks, New York City will continue to be a refuge for the LGBTQIA plus community. So NYU Langone Hospital is blaming the change on the administration, basically saying the current regulatory environment is just too much. It was a difficult decision to discontinue the transgender youth health program. But it's really not just NYU Langone. You don't have to look too far to see that some of the nation's largest hospitals have paused or just ended their gender-affirming care.
Or advocating for a man who tried to kill a police officer in an armed encounter.
No family should have to endure this kind of pain. What they need right now is care, dignity, and support. Jabez should not be prosecuted by the Queens District Attorney. His handcuffs should be removed, and he should be receiving the care that he needs.
Yeah, this is what you get. You get a city's finances falling apart. You get defund the police, as we saw earlier. More funding for the sanctuary city crisis. That's basically the biggest factor leading New York City to this state of bankruptcy. You've got these people transing kids fighting to continue to allow it to happen. These experimental surgical horrors. You've got more taxes on property now on the working class families paying rent. You got Zoran signaling he wants to basically consolidate key industries under government, especially when it comes to real estate. It's just so completely insane. It's gone so off the rails, and people have really, they've seen the failures of the left over the last decade or so, maybe even 2 decades. And so it appears, going down this Mamdani path, they're losing people like Rogan. Rogan is a key ally of theirs. He's not a pipeline to the far right. No, he should be their best friend. Kamala Harris was scared of literally nothing. Her experience with Rogan probably would have been a total softball. But one thing's becoming obvious. The Overton window is shifting, and it's shifting away from the left. And instead of them coming back to the middle, back to the, let's call it, window of common sense, they just continue to double down after supposedly alluding to reforms post Kamala Harris's loss. Instead, they're held hostage by their far left radical base. And now they've spawned Zoran Mamdani into the world of politics. And it appears as though it's revolting to the exact people that the Democrats need to be winning back. Like I keep saying, these AOC characters, Ilhan Omar, Zoran Mamdani, they're poison for the Democrats nationally. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, let's keep it moving. Jason A.
Well, I just made the biggest mistake probably that I've ever made in my life. Last night, couldn't sleep, looked at the files, Started with documents, moved on to video, and my God, bloody hell. We're living in bloody hell. I saw.
That's what I've been saying.
I had to stop because I can't unsee what I saw. In my life, I watched horror movies, not even close. Blood-curdling screams of young kids, the fear in these children. These people are the devil walking earth. The devil is on earth. It was horrible. Unaware children. The idea that they've been driving children, cutting up intestines and eating them, babies, violating these children. I mean, I've never in my life, if you had told me in my wildest dreams, I swear, maybe I'm naive. Am I naive? But if you told me in my wildest dreams that this kind of thing was happening in this country.
This stuff that is in these files makes all that pale in comparison. And if you're offered an opportunity to view the pictures or read the files, this stuff that is in these files makes all that pale in comparison. And if you're offered an opportunity to view the pictures or read the files, I would seriously consider not doing that.
Yeah.
Because it will haunt you.
It's all a
This
game,
stuff that's
man.
in there.
It's all bullshit.
And here's the problem.
Like the gig
The
is
Biden
up. You already
administration,
know.
Obama administration. No, these files have been out there forever. And I've said this many times. If they had the goods on Trump, you know that the Obama administration / the Biden administration, because it never really changed hands. They would have had that stuff out there. And this stuff just goes so deep, Benny, and it is very disgusting to me. And, it's evil, it's satanic, and it's from the pits of hell, and that's where these people will end up.
Well, we know he was on the plane, not only on the plane a couple times, multiple times. He traveled internationally with Jeffrey Epstein. And he was on the plane called the Lolita Express because it supposedly had a bed in there where Jeffrey Epstein had young girls. He has been a friend of his, a continuing friend of his for years and years. Contrast that with Donald Trump, who hasn't spoken to him in many years, over a decade, after he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for bad behavior. So that's the difference there. And I think Americans see the two-tier justice system. But, we don't know. They're saying Clinton has not been to his private island, but he has traveled all over the world with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know why AG Garland and the Justice Department are so quiet on this tonight. They're out there labeling parents domestic terrorists, yet they're saying nothing about this. And these documents were so slow to come out. Human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar business in this country, and Jeffrey Epstein is dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison for 20 years where she belongs. And if people in that report are still fighting to keep their names private, Sean, they have no legal basis to do so unless they're a child, a victim, or a cooperating defendant by some chance against some potential case against Ghislaine Maxwell. And I think Mark Garagos, as a great criminal defense attorney, will back that up as well.
I want you to listen to this. This is Virginia Guffrey. This is the woman who was supposedly committed after she had a car accident. This is her talking, her brother speaking about this case. Listen.
I think we're very hopeful that this is the start of the domino effect. This is where the house of cards starts falling. And, kudos to the UK for taking the first step, for saying, you know what, we are going to arrest somebody who is held to one of the highest esteems out there, somebody who was a former prince.
Aferze Epsteina. An international domino effect.
Investigations are now underway in at least 10 countries.
From Europe, where the former Prime Minister of Norway is charged with gross corruption, which he denies, to the Emirates, where the CEO of one of the globe's largest companies has stepped down after the files released displayed communications with Epstein, including an email with a reference to, quote, torture video. He has not been charged with any crime. In the UK, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor faces new calls to be investigated for allegedly leaking state secrets. And in Hollywood, top marketing exec Casey Wasserman is selling his talent agency. He's not accused of a crime, but said he regrets flirtatious emails he sent to Ghislaine Maxwell that had become a distraction. Epstein spun himself a web of global elites, many of them named this weekend by the Department of Justice. 300 high-profile people that appear at least once in Epstein's emails. Some in direct contact with him, others just mentioned in news articles. Criminality is not implied. But Juliette Bryant said when she met Epstein in South Africa, surrounded by powerful people, it made her feel safe.
A girl approached me and said she was here at the King of America. He was here with Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker.
Bryant did not accuse the other men of wrongdoing, but said Epstein flew her to New York and then put her on a private jet.
As the airplane took off, he started touching me forcibly in between my legs, and I freaked out. I realized this is not a modeling opportunity. I've been kidnapped.
Bryant received damages from Epstein's estate.
In the last few weeks, Juliette, we've seen people like royals, prime ministers, people in positions of power face real consequences. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's amazing that they're all being exposed, but I just would like to see them all held accountable.
The pursuit of accountability continues. The House Oversight Committee will depose Ohio billionaire Les Wexner next week. The FBI, now Wexner and all the men we mentioned deny criminal accusations.
We're back with a Fox News alert. Police releasing Andrew Mountbatten Windsor after the former prince was arrested in the UK on suspicion of misconduct over his ties to convicted offender Jeffrey Epstein. Stephanie Bennett joins us live from Buckingham Palace with the details. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning. Well, the royal fuss has definitely drawn out the crowd this morning. As you can probably see behind me, massive groups of people for the changing of the guard. Of course, this happens every other day. But as far as new information regarding former Prince Andrew, the Thames Valley Police haven't released too much. They are still searching his former residence over at Windsor, and they did release him last night, but he's still under investigation, of course. Now, Andrew was arrested yesterday morning and held for roughly 11 hours on suspicion of misconduct in public office. It also marked his 66th birthday. These photos were taken as he tried to hide from the cameras after he left the Aylsham police station. Now, the arrest comes after police were investigating claims that while serving as UK trade envoy, Andrew shared confidential government documents with the late defender Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew was arrested on the Sandringham estate in eastern England. Police also searching of his possessions and all of that as well. Now, King Charles III, Andrew's older brother, said that the law must take its course and quickly got back to business as usual, appearing at a London Fashion Week event yesterday while Queen Camilla attended an engagement at Westminster. The royal family has tried to distance themselves from the disgraced prince. It's the first time a senior royal has been arrested in modern history. In fact, the last arrest was in 1647 when King Charles I was charged with treason and sentenced to death. The king will visit the U.S. in April. President Donald Trump commented on Andrew's arrest yesterday.
I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad to me.
Very weary for to see Trump tie. That's it still throws me off. All right, this is gonna get in another video here. Coming from Benny.
Damn.
What's up, guys? Benny Live comes at you fast, and Whoopi Goldberg, who for years has actually called President Trump an abuser of women, suggesting that Trump partnered with Epstein to sexually abuse young women. She said this in November.
Wrongdoing and denies any knowledge of Epstein's alleged crimes. But this is a lot of, how many emails was it? Like
about 20,000 have been released this morning by the House Oversight Democrats. So
and I have 3 of them right here.
Emails and documents, I should say.
Yeah. But it.
Anyway, Whoopi Goldberg saying that Trump partnered with Epstein to abuse women. It's amazing. Seats. Now, let me make this exceedingly clear that there is no photos and are no bits or pieces of evidence of Trump abusing any women with Jeffrey Epstein. There are no videos or photos of Trump in a hot tub with naked trafficked women. That's Bill Clinton. There are no emails that point to Trump giving Melania an STD because of all the hookers he slept with. That would be Bill Gates. There are no manifests that show that Donald Trump went to Epstein Island in order to be a fat pig with a bunch of little girls. That would be Reid Hoffman, Democrat super donor. And there's no emails showing Trump getting on his knees in front of Epstein begging for his Gulfstream 2. That would be Whoopi Goldberg. So, I mean, again, like if you're looking for someone who was trying to play Jeffrey Epstein's games and to get off with Jeffrey Epstein and his schemes, then look no further than this email. Here's Whoopi Goldberg kneeling before Jeffrey Epstein and begging for his plane. Here's the info. Whoopi Goldberg needs a plane to get to Monaco. She has a charity event. They don't want a charter, so they're looking for private owners to give the plane to Whoopi Goldberg. So please fly me on a $75,000 private jet trip across the ocean and come with me. The scheduled jet fell through yesterday, and they are scrambling to get Whoopi to Monaco. I'm sure the jet owner, Jeffrey Epstein, could attend and get fuel reimbursed. We'd make it worth your while. Obviously, the more money we keep, the more that goes directly to charity. Can I get your Gulfstream 2? They write to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein responds, literally, Jeffrey Epstein responds, no thanks. He misspelled thanks.
Damn.
No emails like that of President Trump. Whoopi Goldberg's been very, very upset about this and been raging about it on The View. As Whoopi Goldberg obviously has some major guilt over all of this. She's regularly had crash outs over Jeffrey Epstein, declaring she's not Epstein's girlfriend.
Yeah, and I'm on it. So you were on the island? I was apparently. I don't know. They said I was on the island. They said I'm like, I don't go anywhere. If the
story was about a bus, if you want to believe
maybe, but it's like, you know, so I'm just going to say, you know, and there's been a lot of stuff recently. I don't know what I've done to anybody, but apparently there are a lot of these kind of sites that are, what do you call them? They're
parody or
they're satire sites.
Are they satire? Because this email comes from the DOJ.
Damn.
Email comes from Jeffrey Epstein.
Damn.
Begging for a jet. Whoopi Goldberg, by the way, mentioned dozens of times also in the Epstein files. Whoopi Goldberg has been shrieking and screaming about this on The View, saying, look, I wasn't his girlfriend. That's not the point. The point was that you wanted the nice little rich guy things that he had, and you didn't care that he's a pedophile. You'll notice that this is after his pedophilia. It is May 8th, 2013. This is 4 years after Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to underage sex trafficking. That's when Whoopi Goldberg was getting down on her knees begging for Epstein's jet.
Yes. And what does it say? It says, Whoopi needs a plane to get to Monaco. John Lennon's charity, it should say Julian Lennon's charity, is paying for it. They don't.
It's like they said, no thanks.
Yeah.
So in other words, anybody can be on this list.
Well, this is my point, because I'm telling you, when I tell you people are trying to turn me into, I wasn't his girlfriend. I wasn't his friend.
You were too old for him.
I was not only too old, but it was at a time, you know, where this is just not, you used to have facts before you said stuff.
But Trump is on the list 38,000 times.
Well, I can't speak to him, but I'm speaking about me because I'm getting dragged. People actually believe that I was with him. It's like, honey, come on. Yeah. Every man that I've ever been.
Okay, hold on. She does some like lines, some like pre-rehearsed like line that was written for her. You know about every man I've been with. Well, here you are. This is her agent writing, but like, here's your agent writing saying, please, Jeffrey Epstein, join Whoopi Goldberg personally on this private plane, on this private trip across the world. We're begging for you to come with her. Now, Joy Behar is crashing out once more. This is like day number 4 of her raging and talking about this. We just want to thank the reporter here from from the Media Research Center, who's cursed with having to cover all this. Here we go. Whoopi Goldberg, again, trying to explain for the fourth day in a row why she was on her knees begging Jeffrey Epstein for special favors.
A lot of people that Marilyn Monroe or a wedding or something that somebody might have been. That's what I found out anyway.
Yeah, no, I
was at Trump's wedding to Marla.
Right.
Maybe Epstein was there too. Who knows?
I don't know.
So that means that I'm not guilty, obviously, but these other ones, how are you going to decide who's really guilty and who's not?
I think it's
tricky.
I think it's very clear because if you look, you know why my name is there. Because someone was looking for a plane, and that's what people do. They go to all the people who have private planes and say, do you have one?
And you didn't get on the plane.
I didn't get on the plane. I didn't know they were looking for a plane.
Yeah.
I had no idea that the plane that I was supposed to be on was no longer available. So I'm named in there like Whoopi Goldberg needs a plane.
But there are a lot of people that
Marilyn Monroe was on the list.
Yes.
There were plenty of people that were there are plenty of
Elvis
people
also.
named in the list that may have not done anything wrong.
Yeah.
But I think that there are a lot of people that are on that list that are guilty of wrongdoing. And I have no confidence, unfortunately. It gives me no pleasure to say this. But I don't
let me say it like
It's
this.
a pleasure.
They are going to hold on, Joy. I think they're going to do it like how you eat around an apple till you get to the core.
Yes.
I think that's how they're going to do it. They're going to eat all the stuff all around here, and then they're going.
What the hell? How do you even consume this style of content? Okay. After helping downplay and dismiss The View co-host Whoopi Goldberg being on the Epstein files requesting the use of his jet and quipping that Whoopi was too old for Epstein, Sarah Hines indignantly demands answers. Accountability needs to be done everywhere, she demanded. So unbelievably stupid. Anybody can be on the list. Anybody. Well, my point is, because I'm telling you, I wasn't his girlfriend. Okay. That's not what the email says. The email says that you were begging for all the goodies that he could give you as a billionaire pedophile. That's what it says. You didn't care that he was a pedophile, that he was a convicted, admitted, pled guilty pedophile. That's what it says. Whoopi Goldberg loved it and still wanted to be on a plane and wanted him with her. It's amazing. This isn't going to work. I didn't know. Whoopi Goldberg is so nasty that not even Epstein would lend her a plane. Oh, man. How slimy. How dirty you got to be. How dirty do you got to be that Jeffrey Epstein turns you down?
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's keep it moving. We got more to watch. Benny Johnson.
What's up, guys? Benny, right on time. The predictive programming has kicked in, and as soon as the Epstein files were about to embroil and tighten around the neck of the Obama administration, Barack Obama jumps on to a podcast that nobody listens to and says aliens are real. Ha, 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 ha. There's Obama saying, not only are they real, I know they are.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51.
They're real, and I know where they're not. So stupid. Barack Obama, who never admits that he was wrong, was actually forced to say, no, what I meant was statistically they're real. Shut up, dude. Seriously, shut up. Anyway, Trump playing cleanup for Barack Obama, saying, listen, he gave away classified information. He shouldn't do that. And this is a huge mistake. Trump then going the next step and saying, maybe I should just declassify everything and get him out of hot water. And then Trump goes and does that based on tremendous interest shown. I'll be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to aliens and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects, and any and all other information connected to these highly complex, extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America, he says. Okay. Trump's been probably wanted to do this for a while, because without anybody even prompting him, Trump's regularly going on and on and on about our ability to teleport stuff. No, like seriously, here, listen to this.
This country is very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and
we have weaponry. Nobody has any idea what it is. We don't know what our weapons are. Oh, okay. Yikes. We have a weaponry nobody knows. It's more powerful than any weapon on Earth. Not even close. Okay. Well, we all know about nukes. Okay. How about Ben Rich, the president of Lockheed Skunk Works? Let's go ahead and listen to what he has to say.
He wasn't referring to Area 51. We have things out in the desert that is 50 years beyond what you can
Here, let me bring my alien friend.
See movies like Star Trek or Star Wars.
We're gonna call him
We've been
Steve
there,
tonight.
done that, or decided it wasn't worth
Let's
the
bring
effort.
Steve to the show. Steve, what's up?
Star Wars, Star Trek, teleportation.
Give my friends a high five.
What do you think it is? Here's a White House website, whitehouse.gov, from Director Krasios. This is the Director of Science and Technology. What does Director Krasios have to say? Krasios, what a perfect name for the mad scientist guy. Our technology permits us to manipulate time and space. Oh, okay, got it. It's from the speech. They wrote it out. It's not an offhand comment, not a mistake. Not Barack Obama saying aliens are real. Our technology permits us to manipulate time and space. We can time travel. We can fly through space. Okay. So after Trump's directive, like, is anything going to happen? There's a lot of people saying, like, oh, it's just a big distraction. And, you know, I mean, of course, that's part of it, for sure, right? But it's worth at least paying attention and keeping an eye on Area 51 and some of the other more top secret locations around the country and what they've been observing. The Pentagon has been pretty open about observing more UAPs and aerial phenomenon. The Pentagon has issued statements on this long before. But there have been mystery crashes outside of Area 51 that have led to military lockdowns. These have been well covered. Area 51 completely locked down after a mysterious object crashed the ultra-secret military base in the Erie audio. The Erie audio effectively says that we have there's an aircraft down. There's an aircraft down. We just had an asset go down. We had an asset to go down. And then a bunch of screeching. Area 51 security monitor. Unknown object crashes near Area 51. The crash retrieval was wild. So Air Force teams sprung into action, locked down the entire valley, closed off all the roads, closed all the airspace, and then did like a full demolition of the crash site. Now, this might just be like to protect from Chinese spies or whatever. I totally get that. But it still seems a little aggressive, right? Some debris I unearthed at the unidentified crash site. Full gallery available here. Interesting. Look at that. So, looks like something man-made, but nonetheless, the stories of this are pretty wild. They locked down the valley twice and then put like military bulldozers through it and then went and flame through stuff, like using flamethrowers. It's pretty wild. Mysterious crash at Area 51 keeps getting weirder. Entire airspace shut down. Unknown materials found after cleanup crew reports that it is an unmanned vehicle. It seems a little aggressive for an unmanned vehicle. They also said this was an unmanned vehicle. Remember this? This is wild. Why are they letting this footage out right now? You know?
All right.
So this is the one that really gets me. So Congress has had these little hearings on UFOs, and some of the stuff's fine. You know, it's an image here, and it's a pilot telling a story there. This one's crazy, man. I can't figure it out. So here's this object. Here's this object that's going over the ocean at a really fast clip. Little tic-tac looking like spherical object. A M9 Reaper drone fires a Hellfire missile at it, and it just shrugs it off. Just bounces right off it. Doesn't explode, which is insane. And then little pieces of this object seem to break off and then reform with the object itself. So what the hell is that? Is it organic? Is it alive? I don't know. It's out in the open now. Mysterious triangular tower at Area 51 is erected. Baffles. Is this alien technology? Look at this. So Area 51 is putting in some real work here. You can see it on Google Maps. I mean, is it really that secret if you can see it on Google Maps? But so I don't know, man. You can look here. This is your Area 51 base. People have been wondering what's going on at Area 51 for a very long time. People monitor Area 51, who's going in and who's going out. And right when Donald Trump said we should release all of the UFO information, I mean, again, it's pretty strange and peculiar looking buildings here and hangars and so on, right? It's a lot. Right when Trump says we should release everything, lo and behold,
what's underground.
Secret Air Force jet spotted near Area 51 hours after Trump demands UFO files. Just hours after President Trump called for the release of the UFO files, a top secret Air Force jet was spotted at Area 51 right on Friday morning. Flight tracking shows the Boeing 737 known as Janet departing Harry Reid in Vegas. The jet headed towards the test range. This is an area linked to Area 51, Nevada's Nels Range Complex, both highly classified, testing secret aircraft and advanced weapons. Area 51 has long been rumored to host crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft and other mysterious technologies tied to Trump's announcement. The president directed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to release all of the documents related to UFOs based on the tremendous interest. So this Janet, designed by Boeing, is a white jet with a red stripe. Fleet flies contractor employees, Department of Defense, and military staff to top secret locations. U.S. government has acknowledged the base exists, is used for testing military aircraft. Janet jet is primary mode of transportation for top secret security clearance officials. The base has 6 runways, Janet planes, including a massive 12,000-foot, longest runway in the world, capable of handling flights to and from Vegas under tight security. Trump made his announcement. Let's see here. And many are speculating that perhaps you can find the tracker here. You can see where it flew from Las Vegas out to Area 51. This is these are the military lockdown ranges. The military owns like most of Nevada. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's mysterious visit to Area 51 marks a milestone in next generation weapon that would change history. So Pete Hegseth traveling to Area 51 as well. People are saying maybe it's just for the F-47. Area 51 claiming he has proof beyond a doubt that Hegseth visited on June 1st. So I don't know, man. Are they readying some type of disclosure?
Or distraction.
Science fiction, laser energy weapons, right? Here we go. Secretary of Defense.
I think it's a distraction.
And then here is the
we
Titan.
knew this was going to happen. We're acting like we're surprised.
There you go. The Secretary of Defense plane.
It happened such a long time ago.
And that those are, but they're gearing up for something.
Yeah, for an atomic weapon.
Maybe it's just they're all going to bomb Iran together.
Yep.
Not sure.
Possibly.
But I can tell you this, that if their goal was a distraction mechanism for the Epstein files, release the goods on the UFOs and on the directed energy, time travel weapons, and capacity of the U.S. government, it'll serve as a distraction. That's for sure. It'll work, right? Work on this channel. We'll cover it. Anyway, what do you think? What do you think about all this? It's your boy Benny. Subscribe. Paying attention.
All right, so let's keep it moving. Another Jason A. Let's put the volume.
The Pentagon to open files on aliens and UFOs. The president said it's because of the, quote, tremendous interest.
But why now? That's the question.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
The truth is out there somewhere.
Where are they? I don't know.
And now, President Trump is promising to begin the process of identifying what the government knows about UFOs and aliens. Earlier Thursday, he accused former President Barack Obama of allegedly revealing classified information when Obama was asked on a podcast about aliens.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51.
He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information.
The former president's confirmation that we might not be alone.
That's it. We got aliens.
Led to so much online speculation that he quickly felt compelled to clarify his stance on Instagram, writing, "I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials have made contact with us." Really? But the notion that more information may have been taken to our leaders than they're letting on really took off midweek when Lara Trump, who's married to the president's son, told another podcast.
There is some speech that he has. He's going to break out and talk about, and it has to do with maybe some sort of extraterrestrial life.
But the White House press secretary brushed that off.
Well, a speech on aliens would be news to me. That sounds very exciting, though. I'll have to check in with our speech writing team.
Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to. So
Well,
if you
maybe
want
I'll
to
get
make
him out
an
of trouble.
announcement,
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
we know illegal aliens. Really.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals.
Now, this isn't the first time the government has promised to probe what it knows about aliens. Back in 2024, the Pentagon released a report that said they found no evidence that the U.S. had encountered what it called extraterrestrial technology, and said most sightings were just ordinary objects that had been misidentified. Oh well. Ed O'Keefe, CBS News, out of this world.
Obama later walked back on those comments, saying the universe is so vast that the odds are good there's life out there, but saying, "I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials have made contact with us." Really? Still, President Trump accuses Obama of crossing a line with his comments.
He gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
Congress has already held hearings on videos like these, showing a U.S. drone tracking a glowing orb off Yemen in 2024. The drone fired a missile, but it appeared to simply bounce off the object. The former head of the Pentagon program investigating these objects testified nothing should be ruled out.
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not.
Trump says his order to release the documents was in response to tremendous interest in the subject.
Conspiracy theorists will go, hang on a second, you know, the former president, the current president, they knew what they were doing here. They're all in it together. Is this a moment within the wider debate of what we should know?
I do think this is a historic moment, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I've been researching UFOs from a skeptical viewpoint most of my life. And there's definitely something to it. And I think there's been such a groundswell of pressure and opinion in the United States, especially, that has led to this, current situation. And don't forget, we've had congressional hearings where decorated pilots have given, evidence under oath to Congress.
Yeah.
So, it's serious business. Over here in the UK, we still kind of have a jokey attitude towards it, which people like myself are trying to change. But there's been so much pressure from the public, from Trump's hardcore voters, basically, to push for this release. And I think what is interesting is what actually Trump said in his announcement. He said it's extremely complex, and he mentioned the words extraterrestrial and alien. He didn't just say about UFOs, which could be explained away as just misidentified craft, art technology. Yeah. He's actually said the words extraterrestrial and aliens. Now, is this, hopefully this is going to lead to further revelations about the truth that there is some sort of alien presence here. But it could just be, a diversion from what's going on. You have to be open to that as well. And, and does the president, is he going to get to the truth? These are the questions that I want to know.
Yeah. And I think when Barack Obama, when the interviewer there said to him on that podcast, what was the first thing you wanted to know when you were president? And he said, where are the aliens?
Didn't
I honestly, if I was going to be the president, that would be at least in the
Obama
top 10.
about the aliens also?
Definitely, yeah.
I
Me
remember
too.
that.
It's what we want to know.
Yeah.
And, and now mainstream science knows there's going to be alien life on other planets, in the universe. It's going to be plentiful. So there is a distinct possibility that we may get confirmation that there is alien life, and some of it may have visited here. And, I was told by an insider from Washington a few months ago about that Trump had already prepared a UFO speech to give on July the 8th, which is the 79th anniversary of Roswell. And, and I actually went public. I did deliberate whether to release that information or not. But I did. I, followed my instincts. And then Lara Trump just last week confirmed that there was a speech that Trump has drafted about UFOs.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, the bit that what you said at the beginning, Mark, I thought was interesting because the testimony of pilots is always fascinating.
That was before his Truth Social post. Whether aliens exist has been a fascination for Americans like me for decades. And public interest really picked up again in 2017 when a group of former Pentagon and government officials started leaking these Navy videos of unknown objects to the New York Times and Politico. That led Congress to hold the first hearings on UFOs in 50 years. That was in May 2022, and they've had a lot more since then. But officials said that the objects in these videos were likely drones. So will we now see new files released, and will they change the what possibility that there is alien life? And it's interesting, there was a debate yesterday on one of the local channels for the Senate race, and Raja Krishnamurthy, the congressman who's on some of those intelligence committees, was asked about disclosure. And he talked about it and said he's seen classified documents and there should be more transparency in government. Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz today retweeted Trump's post saying it's time for disclosure. There have been a lot of hearings on this, including one just last fall in mostly the House, trying to discuss what these UAPs are. Those are what they call UFOs now, aerial phenomenon, the UAPs, what they are. And in those testimonies at Capitol Hill, these were decorated members of the military, a Navy pilot who saw that TikTok video. You probably remember that. It was on a drone camera or on an aircraft camera. They testified before Congress under oath that what they saw was nothing like anything that they have seen in the air before. So it's got some steam now, as now President Trump is talking about releasing all the files. That's why we wanted to have a short discussion with you. What do you think?
Trump has done it. Why can't our prime minister? There's something out there. I'm getting contacted most days by pilots, by military servicemen in the UK that have experienced something unexplained, something real, something tangible. It's not airy-fairy nonsense. Yeah. Something is in our skies. Release those files.
Love it. Mark, let's speak again. Great to have you on with us. Mark Christopher Lee, UFO researcher and filmmaker. Let's get a word from Nick Pope. He used to work at the Ministry of Defence for the British government investigating UFOs. Good to see you, Nick. Haven't seen you for about 20 years or something of that nature. Nice to have you on with us. Of course, you would have signed the Official Secrets Act back in the day. For the purpose of this interview, can you just forget all of that official secret stuff and tell us
where
the real meat of this one? How much does Starmer really know to start with? Because our last guest referred to that. Would a British Prime Minister be aware if there were things up there in the skies?
You're able to have life out
I'm
there.
not sure that he would be. I think that the United States is very much the leading authority when it comes from this. When it comes to this subject, we actually know from declassified documents that the Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Alliance held a meeting. It was chaired, of course, by the Pentagon, May 2023. The Ministry of Defense sent two officials. I'm not even sure the Prime Minister is aware of that. I'm not even sure the Defense Committee is aware of that. Parliament should be asking questions because the UK does know some things, but it's very much playing second fiddle to the Americans, as always.
Yeah.
Wow, very interesting. Great upload, Jason. Let's keep it moving.
And that breaking news is in Osceola County. The sheriff's office now says an off-duty deputy shot and killed a 16-year-old inside a Walmart last night.
Investigators say the teen was suspected of shoplifting and armed with a gun when that deputy, who was working security at the store, opened fire. We broke this story last night as deputies moved in and shoppers moved out of the Walmart on Cypress Parkway in Point Siena. New video from inside shows the moments after the shooting.
West 2 investigative reporter Justin Shecker is there live with the late-breaking details. Justin.
Damn.
The Osceola County Sheriff's Office says deputies have notified the boy's mother about his death. He lived here in Point Siena, and we're told his 16th birthday was at the end of December.
Wow. Well,
check your peoples, man. Witness video from inside the Point Siena Walmart Thursday night captured the 16-year-old boy's body on the ground near the entrance after the deadly shooting by an off-duty Osceola Sheriff's deputy. West 2 has also blurred the faces of 3 Good Samaritans that the Sheriff's Office says offered to help after telling the deputy they were armed. Chopper 2 flew over the large law enforcement response as FDLE responded to take over the shooting investigation. Sheriff Chris Blackman explained his off-duty deputy was providing security for the store when a Walmart employee spotted 3 male shoplifters hiding merchandise in their clothing.
The loss prevention officer and our deputy attempted to meet those men at the front of the store, and when they did, one of the gentlemen took off running, had a gun in his hand.
The sheriff says as the armed teenager approached other customers, his deputy shot him to stop the threat.
Our deputy fired downrange at the suspect and took him out.
The boy was pronounced dead in the store. Deputies say he was with another juvenile and a man in his 20s. While both of them got away from the Walmart,
we've got great video surveillance of them.
The sheriff's office announced detectives have identified them and they're accounted for. At this time, they've not been arrested and no charges have been filed. Well, there's still this piece of crime tape in the parking lot. The Walmart reopened Friday morning.
I went into the store. You would have never
Hey,
thought it would
Kayla, what's
happen.
up?
Like, you would have never thought, like, somebody died there last night.
One customer told West 2 she wants to know whether the off-duty deputy asked the 16-year-old to drop his weapon before he used his.
I hope it was a conversation that was had before it escalated to that point. I'm just frowned upon that whole situation. Nobody should have died over it.
Shake the head, girl.
Especially not at Walmart.
Because they got to get the dumb
And the
black
sheriff's
one on
office
there,
is
right?
not releasing any surveillance video from inside this Walmart at this time. From our search of social media, we have not found any video
Yeah, the
showing
haze
the
check and
actual
everything.
shooting. Now, once FDLE is further along in its investigation, the sheriff says they will release body camera video and other public records. Covering Osceola County Live in Point Siena, I'm Justin Shecker, West 2 News.
Yeah, I want to ask Steve if he could take me with him. Take me with you, Steve. Steve, like he has to take me with him because this world is too fucking crazy. You got exposed, Steve. They already know you're here. They got you. I've been had you here. He's always in here. He comes on once in a while. You know, he changes his name. He's very there's a lot of sexes out in space. There's a lot of genders. They came here because they heard about the LGBTQ and all their genders and to the infinity and beyond. So they got offended. So they're here now to take back their gender. I don't know what the fuck. It might be true. You never know. Trano Truth is here. All right, Liberal Hive Mind.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, what's this you say? There's another Democrat hoax that just dropped? Another Democrat false flag, psyop, whatever you want to call it? Well, color me shocked. Who would have ever expected Democrats to engage in this kind of behavior? Yeah, obviously, you can sense the sarcasm in my voice. More like another day, another Democrat psyop. What's new? Nothing surprising here, except actually maybe there is something a little bit surprising, and it kind of, comes back to a little bit of an I told you so moment or prediction that I made accurately months ago. Yeah, this psyop is internal. It's Democrat versus Democrat, as the DNC establishment was just caught coordinating with Stephen Colbert to uplift their new young talent there, totally organic talent, James Tallarico. More corrupt actions by the DNC, but this time, interestingly, targeting one of their own. All of this, of course, in an attempt to stop Jasmine Crockett. It's exactly like I said. They were going to use every trick in the book, any means necessary to stop her from winning that nomination. And now, of course, you see the extent of Democrat depravity once again. Let me update you guys on the whole story. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's dive into this putrid mess. It all started with a Stephen Colbert segment, Mr. Vaccine himself. Well, he basically proved exactly what we've been saying for the last couple of years, that he's simply a propaganda arm for the DNC. And so it appears he concocted this little scheme with James Tallarico, this young Texas state representative who's now running for the U.S. Senate, of course, in the Democrat primary against Jasmine Crockett. Well, Stephen Colbert tapes this interview with James Tallarico, which was unbeknownst to us, but then he goes on air on Monday crying these crocodile tears, claiming that CBS lawyers actually forbade him from airing the segment because the FCC, by the demand of Donald Trump himself, shut down the segment because of an FCC equal times rule. They, of course, painted this whole thing as more Trump censorship, just like the whole Jimmy Kimmel hoax. But right off the bat, something seemed a little bit fishy. Why exactly would Donald Trump step in to stop James Tallarico, who's running against other Democrats right now? Don't you find it a little bit counterintuitive? What horse does he have in that race? And why would he give James Tallarico this beautiful gift, this optics gift, where he can then play victim? Oh, woe is me, Donald Trump shut me down. Why would he do that? You know, none of it really makes sense. And then we learned, well, because it makes no frickin' sense. The whole thing was a lie. CBS quickly issued a statement slapping down the narrative, saying, quote, he was not prohibited from airing the interview at all. Instead, their legal team advised that broadcasting it could trigger the FCC equal time rules because legally, Stephen Colbert, if he's interviewing a particular candidate who's running in a current election, he has to offer equal time to other legally qualified candidates, which is, of course, Jasmine Crockett. In other words, CBS gave him basic legal consultation as to following federal broadcasting regulations, and then they took that opportunity to create this entire hoax to bump up James Tallarico's name. And they have lied throughout this entire process. And I'll show you just how deep it goes, because not only are they lying relating to Donald Trump and Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC's supposed involvement here, they had no involvement, it never even got to them. Not only are they lying about that to create this narrative, but they also recently claimed that they offered an invite to Jasmine Crockett. This, my friends, is flat out false. And Jasmine Crockett seems pretty pissed, rightfully so. You won't find me often agreeing with Jasmine Crockett, but, you know, absolutely, she's got a reason to be freaking pissed here.
We did receive information suggesting that
this one's a fake.
the federal government did not shut down this segment. Number one, that is my understanding, that the federal government did not.
She acts like she's important. She's not important. You're a nobody.
Once we get another official statement,
that we could talk. That hair does not move. Look how stiff it is.
People read what they say.
That's how much spray she puts on it. Look how stiff her hair looks. My God. The plane going over.
The FCC may say something to them, and that there may have been advice to just have
what she said,
and then they could clear the issue.
Couldn't hear with the plane going by.
That someone
you got the rocket signs in the back.
We just don't want to do
How much
that.
money you pay these people to stand behind you?
Just do it this way.
And it really shows you just how depraved these actions were from the Democrat establishment to get somebody like Jasmine Crockett, who's usually always the first to jump on the Trump bashing bandwagon, to have her drop the act and actually defend Donald Trump from any involvement here and go after these clowns. It's perfect. And it shows you the level of corruption. This is what Democrats do. They never fight on the ideas. It's never about the campaign you're running, but rather what kind of schemes and games you could get involved in to manufacture votes, to manufacture name recognition, to create false narratives of victimhood or, you know, fighting the man. They wanted to boost James Tallarico, and so they concocted this whole 2-bit frickin' scam in a way to prop up their boy, because James Tallarico's biggest problem, his biggest issue is that he's young, he's unproven, and most people don't even know who the hell he is. And so instead of uplifting him as a normal talent, they do this.
That hair was
Absolutely crazy. And I think it really exposes who James Tallarico is as well. You know, what's really wild is that now that all of this has been totally uncovered, they lied. James Tallarico is still pushing this whole I'm a Trump victim nonsense.
What was your first reaction when you discovered what was happening to you at CBS yesterday?
I mean, it felt a little like deja vu because we had just gone through this with The View. Trump's FCC launched an investigation into The View after I appeared on that program. And so to have it happen again with The Late Show, again, just felt like a bad rerun. And it should be troubling to all of us, regardless of our political affiliations or our political beliefs, that the most powerful people in the country, the most powerful politicians, and the most powerful corporate executives are working together to sell out the First Amendment, to sell out our freedom of speech in order to protect their own power and their own wealth. And that should be concerning to all of us, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, whether you're a progressive or conservative, because an attack on any one of our First Amendment rights is an attack on all of our First Amendment rights. The reason the Trump administration and their billionaire friends are trying to silence me and this movement is because they're worried that we are going to flip Texas in November of this year. There is a growing backlash across our state to the extremism and the corruption in our government. And we are building a movement to take back our state and take back our country.
And so it really shows you exactly who this guy is as well. You know, he seems to be playing this role as if he's an authentic political outsider, but obviously he's just another dishonest actor, another actor in this Democrat Hollywood production. He's lying through his teeth to keep the grift going. Once again, we see the lack of authenticity on the Democrat side. Their supposed grassroots characters that are the future of the party, they usually audition for the role, just like AOC did. Everything is smoke and mirrors, everything is puppeteering. There's always an angle, there's always a scheme, there's always a dishonest operation. And here's yet again another one of those dishonest Democrat operations fully exposed. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, so let's move on to the next one. We got something here for y'all to watch.
So it's an announcement that set off a storm throughout the city and up to Albany, right? We were talking about it. Mayor Zohran Mamdani saying the city will be forced to raise property taxes by nearly 10% if the state continues to refuse to tax the wealthy. So how do New Yorkers feel about the proposals? Well, we hit the streets to find out.
Is talking about maybe raising property taxes this week. I was wondering if you had any thoughts.
I don't own any property.
Is he handling it right?
That's a tough one. I know a lot of people who own their own homes who are having a very tough time making ends meet.
Property taxes this week. I don't know if you saw it or.
No, I don't have no house. That's me. I don't have to worry about.
Do you want him to tax the millionaires though?
Well, they can take it. You know, he should tax people who are rich. Before he came to as a mayor, like before he came.
Yeah.
So he talks about some like taxing rich people to make average people life easier.
He needs to stick to that.
Huh?
He needs to keep that promise.
Definitely.
He said he may have to raise property taxes. What do you think?
Property tax?
Yeah, he said he may have to raise the property tax.
No property, nothing. Doesn't make any sense for me. What a rich guy, you know? Who have property
He wants to raise property tax and freeze the rent.
He's trying to do everything to help the
all he's doing is screwing the owners.
fill in the gaps,
They
that we
can't.
have.
So he's doing the best he
get the
can.
money?
Yes, he's doing the best he can.
I want to talk about him.
They're trying to screw the owners.
No, because module, like I feel like New York is messed up right now. How about that?
So no property tax increase.
Correct.
Damn. I tell you, New York is messed up. All right, next, Benny Johnson.
What's up, guys? Benny. 24 hours ago, Tucker Carlson claimed to have been detained and interrogated in Israel when he was there to interview the ambassador from America to Israel. His name is Mike Huckabee. Tucker Carlson made a big to-do about going to Israel and doing this interview. Mike Huckabee also quite loudly proclaiming that he's going to defend the state of Israel, and the two of them had their interview moment. And then afterwards, Tucker said, I was detained at the airport. They took our passports. They were bullying us. And that led to a huge back and forth. Tucker Carlson said this happened. The state of Israel said it didn't. The airport security and everything said we were all kind and nice to him. And who's right? Well, Tucker has finally dropped his interview with Mike Huckabee and explained the entire story. And since we've been following it very closely, we thought we'd give you a recap of what we now know. The reason why we care about this is because, well, we have a show. We have a pretty big audience. And we would like to go interview world leaders as well. And we have some projects in the works.
Me too.
And a new series in the works. And
That's
we might
why
be
I'm
doing
biting
this.
off of Benny.
Is this allowed? If you ask uncomfortable questions, are you able to practice
So Benny's
your
biting off
American
of
rights of free
Tucker.
speech
I'm biting off
on
of Benny.
foreign soil if you're speaking to, let's say, an American
biting
ambassador?
off of me.
Like, will you be protected?
Sharing is
And
caring.
this is a critical question. Or will you be imprisoned? We went to Cuba once for a documentary and got raided by the government. They tried to take all of our SD cards and our camera. So it's something that's near and dear to my heart, and I hope you don't mind that I've become a
Don't
little
talk about
obsessed with all of
Mondani.
this. And what we were calling for was for them to release all the footage. And lo and behold, yesterday we got a small clip,
This
a
is
short
Tucker.
clip. And this was the clip. It was Tucker Carlson taking a photo with a gentleman at the airport. We didn't really know who the gentleman was or what he was doing. But nonetheless, Tucker Carlson, seemingly not under duress at all at the airport, and taking a photo, a selfie, with an Israeli, presumably. And so everybody said, wait, this isn't Tucker getting interrogated. Nothing bad happened here. Tucker Carlson is lying to you. And Tucker explains this airport selfie and then explains precisely what happened actually in the interrogation with his staff and with his producers. So here we go. This is the piece of evidence that everybody said, no, Tucker, it's not true.
Last thing, the Israelis apparently went, probably with the help of Mike Huckabee, went to the surveillance tape inside the diplomatic terminal and pulled some clip, of course, getting all their little bots online to promote it, of me with my arm around somebody to show that actually I'm lying about what happened. That person was our driver who drove us from the plane to the terminal, a short drive.
Damn.
Very nice guy, good guy, Israeli guy. And right when we arrived, and he said, could I get a picture? Of course. He's a nice man. So I just put my arm around him, took a picture. That's what that is. That was before the interview. It was before our producers were hassled by the thugs.
I'm telling you, you can't trust
and asked
Israel, man.
ridiculous questions. It was before any of this
You
happened.
can't trust
So
them.
that's just another installment of the propaganda war.
They
Thought I'd
probably
give you the
come after
backstory
me,
on
but
that.
I'll tell you right now.
Again,
can't trust
this
them.
has been wild back and forth. What actually happened? It is fascinating to me that they didn't give the context here. They just leaked this video of the driver. And the guy does kind of look like a driver, right? He's not wearing any type of military uniform or any type of security uniform. You can tell that he's wearing a pair of jeans, right? He has his car keys jangling from his pocket. He does look like a driver, actually. And it looks like Tucker was like signing in or something to that effect. And it seemed cordial enough. But there's no context to this. And this goes viral. This is seen by 1 million people. It was all over my timeline of people saying that Tucker's a liar, but there's critical context missing here. And Tucker now explains what actually happened. Weirdest experiences of my life, Tucker on being interrogated in Israel following his interview with Mike Huckabee. Here's just
So
a short
my business partner and I, so we're standing there. We've never left the airport, never went anywhere. But our two producers have spent the night before in Tel Aviv, and they're called into rooms and given the third degree. Now, keep in mind, they're about to get on a plane and leave. In fact, we're late. We have to get out of there. We have a slot to get out. And security, whoever this is, won't let them go. So I don't really know what's going on at this point. I'm like, where are our guys? We got to get out of here. So one of them comes out and he says, that was the weirdest experience in my life. They asked me questions about the interview. Who did you speak to? Keep in mind, this was like 8 feet from where we did the interview. Well, the U.S. ambassador, Mike Huckabee, what did you talk about? Why did you ask those questions? Was it a hostile interview? And of course, everything in the diplomatic terminal is taped. Everything in Israel is taped. It's a police state. It's a surveillance state, obviously. You go to Israel, they put software on your phone. Everybody knows this. Okay, they're constantly spying on you more than probably any other country. And so they know the answers to these questions, but they're asking my producer, like, where do you work? How many people work there? Do you go to the office? Where is the office? What are their names? They're doing like an intel op and humiliation exercise on my producer. This isn't security. We're leaving right now. And they're holding his passport. The interrogator is holding the passport in his hand as he's asking these questions. So he's telling me this. And I said, this is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard. Huckabee's gone by this point. You're an American citizen who's just had a conversation with the U.S. ambassador, and some thug is demanding details of that conversation. And I hope you didn't answer. And he's like, no, I didn't. I don't know what to say. Meanwhile, our last guy, the youngest man who was traveling with us, our last producer, is still in a room being questioned. So I pull over one of the guys and said, we got to get out of here. So I don't know what this is about. It's outrageous. And, there's nothing I can do about this point, but we got to go. And this woman comes up to me and says, look, let's just go. We're going to bring you to the plane and he'll come later. I said, no, it's my producer. He's being interrogated, asked totally over the top, fully inappropriate questions that have nothing to do with security at all. Pull up your website, show us your text exchanges with other people on your staff. What are your politics like? And again, what did you say to the U.S. ambassador and what did he say back to you? Those are not relevant questions if you're trying to keep your country secure. Those are intel questions. And they're over the top. And I said, I want this guy out now. Let's go. We got to go. And they said, no, just leave him here. We'll bring him to the plane later. Twice they told me that. Just leave your guy behind. No, I don't think so.
Tucker Carlson talks about how he then got enraged and how he demanded that his staff get released. Eventually, they were released and they got out. But, well, wouldn't that be an insane thing to lie about if it's all on camera? This is what makes me angry about all this, is that clearly there was an op here to discredit this story. Now, if it's true, then release all of the footage. Don't release this. This was a lie. This was his driver. Looks like a driver. It doesn't look like a security official. Looks like his driver.
Yeah, the paint.
He's behaving like a driver. He's not behaving like a security guy.
No, I've been feeling it all
looks
day.
Like a paper pusher, and a goofball and a fan. He asked for a photo. The guy. So they leaked this.
Sweet dreams.
Israeli forces leaked this. Israeli intel, whatever, leaked this in order to make Tucker look bad, but they won't. They won't put out the actual.
It'll show up on Wednesday.
They won't put out the other actual video of what Tucker is alleging is like them interviewing, interrogating, detaining his producers, the people who work for him, and intimidating them. Because, of course, I think it's a wholly inappropriate question. What did you talk to the ambassador about? I mean, show me all your texts. Show me your phone. These are completely inappropriate questions. And then holding somebody's passport up, especially when you're leaving the country, right? When you're on your way out. If you're on your way in, I think there's some real legitimate, you can have some major legitimate security barriers. And I know America does, and I'm happy for that. But like, if you're on your way out, it seems like it's harassment. It really does. So release the full footage. Now I feel like I've been lied to because I covered that footage of Tucker taking a selfie, assuming that was what all it was. But it turns out it wasn't. So you deserve to know. Ultimately, Tucker, comes to the conclusion that the American government and the American ambassador is there to work on behalf of Israel and not on behalf of the American people.
Again, the question, who exactly is Huckabee working for? We're American citizens in a foreign country. He's our ambassador. He represents our country. We pay his salary, but he's taking the side of the foreign government without even calling to say, hey, what happened to you at the airport? Did you get hassled? Did your guys get hassled? No. He just immediately repeats their lies without even consulting us.
You're probably the one that set it up.
What are we looking at here? We're looking at the reality, which is if you're an American in Israel, you can be certain that your government will take the side of the Israeli government and not your side.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is actually what Tucker Carlson went to Israel to investigate. And the interview that he has with Mike Huckabee is rowdy and fascinating and unbelievable. We'll be covering more of that as we get through it. But since we've been on top of the story, I thought that it would be important to let both sides breathe. And the reality is that since there's video cameras everywhere, I called for the release of the footage to show it. If it really was just Tucker rambling like a Hallmark movie through the airport, taking selfies with people and giggling, then release that footage. And if it's not, then show us what actually happened, right? This 19-second snippet of Tucker's taking a selfie, that doesn't do it, because that's not his full experience. That was him arriving with his driver. And if it's all not true, then why make those claims? We'll let you decide in the comment section. It's your boy Benny.
That's wild, Benny. Wild times we're living in. Let's keep it moving. We got the last two videos coming up.
We have been telling you about the surge in thefts involving Pokemon cards.
My Pokies.
Cards valued at thousands of dollars. Now, apparently, it has happened again, but this time in Anaheim. NBC4's Hetty Chang has exclusive security video that shows a group of men breaking into one business here in order to get into one business next door.
Wow.
The business owner at this insurance company believes the men knew exactly what they were after. His camera showed men breaking into his business. They didn't take anything here, but then they took a sledgehammer, broke through the drywall right into Dewey Pham's business.
The gaping hole in Dewey Pham's drywall is how the three masked men broke into his collectible shop on Harbor Boulevard around 3 a.m. Tuesday morning.
When I heard the notification on my phone, my heart was pounding. So as soon as I see the alarm, I click on the footage. And then the live footage showing me someone's coming through that hole right there.
Pham's 9 security cameras captured the men working quickly through the store, grabbing several hundred Pokemon cards.
So they took a lot of smaller single cards and graded cards here. I have a lot of those, so it does add up to a lot.
Pham says the men were in and out of his store in less than 2 minutes. He thinks the men got away with $180,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Pham says the high demand for the collectibles have made business owners who sell them vulnerable.
In this business, we have a target on our back where we cannot sleep well at night because sooner or later we're gonna get break-in. So I felt like we worked very hard just to build this, you
didn't know they were gonna come through the walls like that.
As a hobby that we love. So it is very.
It's very sad to be a Pokemon.
Outside security cameras.
You gotta really fortify.
Dark-colored car. Police believe possibly a Honda. They say they are working a number of leads. In Anaheim, Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
Wow. You see, I say you gotta fortify it, man. You gotta fortify. Like, if you can't get an establishment that is like the barrier is concrete all around, and limit the windows. Don't have too many windows. If you could seal off the windows and have proper gated like front doors, and even if you have to get a roll down, like lock it up type of shit, you're gonna have to really guard like a fortress. If you have that amount of Pokemon in your establishment. See, I have my little collection that I'm building and eventually building for the summer. But we're gonna watch the last video, and here is Tyson De La Cruz. So let's go ahead and set it up, and let's watch.
Mismanagement caused a massive ecological disaster.
President calling this whole thing a failure of Democratic leadership.
America, while Maryland Governor Westmore was busy signing emergency legislation to protect illegal immigrants from ICE, 240 million gallons of raw sewage were pouring into the Potomac River.
President Donald Trump says the feds cannot rely on Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
Now, President Trump is sending FEMA to clean up what he's calling a massive disaster. FEMA workers will be doing this without any pay because Democrats shut down the Department of Homeland Security over immigration enforcement.
And water samples taken by UMD found E. coli and other serious contaminants.
The contamination has spread 9 miles downstream, but Moore's priority, making sure ICE can arrest criminal illegal immigrants in his state.
Wow.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Maryland just gave us an absolute masterclass, you guys, in Democrat priorities. Protect illegal criminals, ignore American citizens, and when sewage crap hits the fan, literally blame Trump. Let me walk you through exactly what happened because the timeline exposes absolutely everything. On January 19, 2026, a major sewage pipe collapsed in Cabin John, Maryland. This wasn't a small residential line. This is the Potomac Interceptor, basically a massive pipe that handles wastewater through the counties and different counties through Virginia and Maryland.
It has been nearly a month since water crews started working to fix the collapsed pipeline that sent millions of gallons of raw sewage flowing into the water.
Let me put that in perspective here. That is enough raw sewage to fill up 363 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Raw, untreated sewage. We're talking about human waste flowing into America's most historic river.
DC water sampling says almost 2,000 times higher than safe levels at times.
Super dangerous.
100 times higher.
Bacteria that can cause infection.
The EPA says swimming obviously isn't recommended. E. coli levels are above 410. Apparently, that's really high. Near the drainage sites, they're finding
It would
levels
be funny if they were going to swim there for the Olympics.
thousands. This isn't a simply don't swim here type of thing. This is don't even touch the water. Don't even get close to the water. You got crap floating everywhere.
These pumps north of the area where the Potomac Interceptor sewage line collapsed are sending the sewage around the damaged area. DC Water says because of the setup they've installed here, no sewage has overflowed and made it to the Potomac River since Super Bowl Sunday.
That's February 9th. So for 3 weeks, raw sewage, human waste, was continuously flowing into the river. And it's going to take another 4 to 6 weeks to actually repair the pipe.
Along the river near the break, you'll find these signs that say, do not touch the water. And this means for pets too. And they remind you to wash up if you do.
No emergency declaration, no mobilization of state resources, no press conference explaining the particular health risks. Just put up a sign that says, contaminated water, don't jump in the water, don't fish in the water, yada, yada, yada. Speaking of systems that are supposed to protect people but end up failing them, my subscribers have been absolutely loving Chapter. The feedback has been absolutely incredible. If you're 65 or older, you know how government systems can let you down.
Gotta make
Just
that
like
money go.
Maryland failed its citizens with this sewage disaster. That is why Chapter is different. They actually protect you from getting ripped off. Work for you, not the insurance companies.
I
no
trust
games.
Chapter.
Tyson. Again, that's askchapter.org/Tyson. Now back to Moore's real priorities. Now let me show you what Governor Wes Moore actually focused on while this environmental disaster was unfolding, because the timeline absolutely damning here.
Following a spirited discussion, both the House and Senate today passed legislation to ban 287G agreements between local governments and ICE. 8 jurisdictions currently use them. There are 2 models being used in Maryland. One requires jails to do immigration status checks and alert ICE they're holding on an undocumented individual. In the other model, ICE deputizes local officers to help them execute warrants for undocumented immigrants. The bill in both the House and Senate have been turned into emergency legislation, meaning it goes into effect as soon as the governor signs it.
Let me be clear about what this program does. It doesn't involve ICE going door to door. It doesn't involve radical profiling. It is a program where people already arrested in jail are getting screened for their particular immigration status. If you're here illegally and you have committed a crime, ICE gets notified so they can be deported after serving a sentence. But Wes Moore and the Democrat legislator decided this was such an urgent threat to Maryland that they needed to pass an emergency legislation. No wait period. It goes into effect immediately when the governor actually signs it.
We defend constitutional rights and we defend constitutional policing. That we defend and we support the trained law enforcement in our state, and we will not allow them to be deputized by agencies.
That's not for you to say, though.
Translation here, ICE is too aggressive in enforcing immigration law, so we're going to make sure that they can't work with Maryland sheriffs. But let me ask you this, what about the constitutional rights of American citizens to have clean water? What about their right to know when a massive environmental disaster is poisoning their river? Where was the emergency legislation for that?
Speaking out Monday night on Moore's expected move to sign the legislation into law.
Where was he when Kayla was being murdered?
And here's Tammy, the mother of Kayla. Her 20-year-old daughter was murdered in 2022 by a 16-year-old MS-13 gang member from El Salvador who was in the country, you guessed it, illegally. She was begging Moore not to sign the bill. She testified against it. She's asking, where was Wes Moore when Kayla was being murdered?
I don't know why he's protecting all these illegal immigrant criminals.
He should be protecting American citizens, but Moore obviously doesn't care here. He signed the bill anyways because apparently protecting illegal criminals is more important than protecting American citizens. Now, let me show you who else is trying to stop this insanity, because it wasn't just grieving mothers. It was actual sheriffs who run these programs and understand what's happening when they're getting banned.
Leaders from 4 of them were here today pushing for the governor to veto the bill.
Call Governor Wes Moore and tell him not to sign that order, to veto it.
The mom of murdered mother of 5, Rachel Morin, headlined a press conference at the Harford County Sheriff's Office in Edgewood Monday, calling for Maryland Governor Democrat Wes Moore not to sign a bill banning 287G agreements between local governments and ICE in Maryland.
We're here today. We're asking Governor Moore to veto this bill.
These are people who actually deal with criminal illegal immigrants. They know what happens when you can't screen people in jail for immigration status.
Doing away with 287G has been sold by some legislators as the solution to getting ICE out of Maryland. The opposite will happen.
Let me explain why. Right now, with 287G agreements, ICE can pick up criminal illegal immigrants in jail in a safe place. For example, it's safe, it's controlled, nobody else is at risk. But when you ban these programs, ICE still has to enforce federal immigration law. So now they have to go into communities and find these people. They have to conduct raids in communities.
It makes it much harder.
They have to knock on doors. They have to stop people on the street.
When this program goes away in our counties, that ICE will be more visible, more present. They will be making the street apprehensions, and the workforce will disappear into the woodwork.
So Wes Moore's policy is actually going to increase ICE activity in Maryland communities. It's going to make things even more dangerous in Maryland. It's going to scare immigrant communities, including illegal immigrants, because now ICE has to operate in the public instead of just in the jails. But Moore doesn't care about any of that. He cares about virtue signaling. He cares about being able to say Maryland is a sanctuary state, even if it makes everyone else less safe.
The Frederick sheriff among those today who said if this becomes law, he will file court action. The Cecil County Sheriff's Office said it'll enter into its own agreement with ICE to continue enforcement.
And the sheriffs are so opposed to this that they're planning to sue the state. The Frederick County Sheriff filing court action. These are people who will actually enforce the law. And they're telling Moore this policy is absolutely dangerous and unconstitutional, but Wes Moore signed it anyways. Now let's talk about what happened when President Trump found out about this sewage disaster.
Blaming the governor for an ongoing leak that has discharged hundreds of millions of gallons of sewage into the Potomac River.
Trump posted on Truth Social that the federal government cannot rely on Wes Moore to handle this crisis. He blamed Moore for mismanagement and announced that FEMA would be stepping in to coordinate the cleanup. This is the same FEMA that responds to hurricanes, floods, terrorist attacks. That's the level of a disaster that we're talking about here.
The Post also blames Governor Moore for the new Key Bridge not being completed yet.
Remember the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse in March 2024 when a cargo ship hit it? That was almost 2 years ago, and it's still not rebuilt. So Trump is looking at Moore's record and seeing the pattern here: infrastructure failures, broken promises, and mismanagement. And now the federal government has to step in and fix what Maryland's government can't handle.
I know this is breaking news to everyone, but the president doesn't have the facts right. I know this is breaking news to everyone, but the president is not telling the
This
truth.
guy's an idiot.
Because what you're looking at with the Piedmont sewage project, that's not something that the federal government has had responsibility for the past year. It's not something that the federal government has had responsibility for the past decade. In fact, the federal government has had responsibility for that for the past century.
So it's not Moore's fault, it's the federal government's fault, even though the pipe is in Maryland and it serves Maryland residents, and Moore is the governor of Maryland.
Our Department of the Environment was already on the ground testing water sewage, testing the water quality, making sure that our people were safe.
But if that's true, why did it take 3 weeks to stop a sewage flow? Why are E. coli levels still at 2,000 times higher than safe levels? Why did Trump have to send FEMA? Now, let me show you what else Moore is doing while this sewage disaster unfolds, because the priorities here get even more twisted. Maryland, as we've covered on this channel quite a bit, is facing a $1.4 billion budget deficit. And Moore's solution: cut services for disabled Americans.
like New
This
York.
Marine Corps veteran served our country for 38 years. His son, Robbie, has the most severe form of cerebral palsy. The family relies on Maryland's Developmental Disabilities Administration.
Please reconsider these cuts. It's going to leave a lot of families, not just ours, but a lot of families in bad situations.
Maryland Developmental Disabilities Administration, also known as DDA, is facing budget cuts to address the state's deficit. A program under DDA called Self-Directed Services is how Robbie can stay home and make decisions of what kind of care he receives. It also keeps him out of a group home or institution.
It severely limits the services that they won't be able to have, because if a person's budget is cut, they're not going to be able to do activities that they enjoy doing.
And now Moore is cutting the budget for this particular program. The veteran is begging, please reconsider these cuts. His wife gave up her 20-year teaching career to become Robbie's caregiver. Last summer, the state cut her pay from $43 to $32. Now they're threatening to cut it again. So let me get this straight. Moore has money to provide free housing, food, health care, and legal services to illegal immigrants. He has money to fight the federal government over sanctuary city policies, but he doesn't have enough money to pay for a Marine veteran's wife to care for their severely disabled son.
Governor Wes Moore introduced his fiscal year 2027 budget proposal, which includes his plans to reduce the state's billion-dollar deficit.
This budget does not raise taxes or fees on Marylanders. This budget maintains a very healthy 8% in the rainy day fund.
So how is he going to close a $1.4 billion deficit without raising taxes? By cutting services to disabled Americans, to cutting services to veterans and families who actually need the help. But he won't cut a single dollar from programs that benefit illegal immigrants. Make it make sense, guys. Now, let me show you just how bad this contamination actually is, because the health risks are being massively downplayed by Maryland officials.
Water samples have found high levels of E. coli and antibiotic-resistant bacteria.
That would make sense. Yeah, put signs out, tell people not to get in.
Maryland has put sort of a precautionary measure of a pause on harvesting shellfish as well as blue catfish.
That means if you get an infection, normal antibiotics won't work. Maryland has
Because it's
banned
like a
shellfish
superbug.
harvesting in this particular river all the way down to Route 301 bridge in Charles County. That's about a 50-mile stretch downstream from the break site.
Depending on where you are standing, the Potomac River's currents can be carrying dangerous, even life-threatening bacteria. Almost exactly 1 month ago.
Certainly not great for tourism or for anybody wanting to do stuff on the water. It's horrifying.
Yeah. And are there any safe levels for those for anybody? No.
But Moore's response has been to put up a few signs and hope people don't notice.
Along the D.C. waterfront, sewage concerns aren't rolling off backs. Not for these Texas tourists in Georgetown.
We were a little cautious about coming out here today, knowing that there was a spill, and worried about like what that impact would be to people down here.
Down at the wharf, D.C. locals say they might not be able to see the 240 million plus gallons of sewage in the river, but
When I drive to work, I can smell it when I cross that bridge over there.
When they cross the bridge, they can smell the sewage. This isn't some minor break, you guys. This is a massive environmental disaster that's affecting millions of people. But Moore spent the last month fighting Trump over immigration instead of actually fixing the freaking problem.
DC Water says their testing shows levels of E. coli remain high in the Potomac, near where the pipe collapse happened in January. But in areas further downriver, like Georgetown, E. coli levels that were high in late January have been dropping a lot in recent weeks.
Imagine if the Olympics
The
they had
break site,
women
they're
there.
still dangerously high, and it's going to take months and months of testing before they can
Reminds me of
confirm that
Paris.
the river
Remember
is
Paris
safe
with the
again.
shit in
Let's
the
connect
water?
the dots here, because this isn't about one sewage spill or one bad policy. This is a
This happened
pattern
in
that
Paris.
exposes exactly what Democrats prioritize.
Like the
I
exact
feel
same shit.
very strongly that we are living under a dictatorship, that we are
What?
losing our rights. There are a lot of civil rights violation, that people like
Where?
me are being racially profiled,
How?
that there are communities that are being attacked.
Here's an immigration activist saying she feels like she's living under a dictatorship because ICE wants to deport criminal illegal immigrants. She says immigrant communities are being attacked and abused. But you know who's actually being attacked? People like Kayla Hamilton, the 20-year-old American citizen who was murdered by an MS-13 gang member. People like this are being attacked, but Moore doesn't care about them. He cares about protecting the people who killed him. And this activist is claiming racial profiling because sheriffs want to check immigration status of people already in jail for crimes. That, my friends, is not racial profiling. That's enforcing federal law.
I love the fact that the president of the United States is
Yeah,
finally
you can
realizing that
definitely
this was
sue the
his job,
governor for that,
and he hasn't been doing
Barry.
it for the past month.
Sue
So
the-
I say, listen,
sue the
we
shit out of the
welcome
government.
you
He'll win.
to help to address the remaining 1%.
Because you can't
You're the governor.
do that to a
This is your
disability
state.
person.
It serves
A
your
disabled
residents.
person. You
It
can't
collapsed under
neglect them.
your watch. And you spent 3 weeks passing an emergency legislation to protect illegal criminals instead of actually fixing it. But sure, blame Trump. That's the Democrat playbook here. If all else fails, just blame Trump. America, Wes Moore just showed you exactly what Democrats
Blame Trump.
prioritize. While 240 million gallons of raw poop water pours into the river for 3 weeks, he rushed through emergency legislation to protect illegal criminals from ICE. Mothers of murder victims begging for him to veto the bill. Sheriffs warned him that it'll make communities less safe. A Marine veteran pled with him to not cut care for his disabled son. Moore ignored
That's
all of it.
crazy.
E. coli levels hit
You cannot
2,000
do that.
times safe limits. And Moore's response? Blame Trump and claim the federal government is responsible
Trump.
for a pipeline that has been in Maryland for 60 years. President Trump sent FEMA to clean up the disaster Moore couldn't handle. This is the level of failure that we're talking about, because in a Democrat-run state, illegal criminals get priority over American
And
citizens
they like to blame.
every single time. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Appreciate him so much. Can't wait till I get to 1,000 subscribers so I can bring them back. Steve wants him to get back. Come on, Steve. Gotta work on those high fives, Steve. But we'll get him back here. We gotta get the channel to over 1,000. We're working one subscriber at a time. But I am tired and I am done for the night. It was a really good show. It was long, yes. 4 hours, holy shit. Like, but I'm taking the weekend off. And I may come on. I don't know if I'll come on Sunday. I don't think so. I just want to relax and just deal with this system, because this is a wet snow system, and this system that's coming up here, which is a nor'easter, um, it's making people hurt. I'm hurting. I've been hurting for days, and I'm like, what the fuck? I take my medicine and I'm still hurting. That's crazy. So I know these systems are pretty strong and they're wet, and it causes a lot of people who have like injuries and old injuries to relive those injuries with pain, and it really sucks. So I feel for those who are suffering with pain right now because of this erratic weather we're getting a nor'easter towards the end of February. Damn, almost towards the end of February. We're already on the 20th. Shit. By the time that system comes here, it'll be here Sunday. It's Friday right now. The 20th. So the 22nd into the 23rd is when we're getting this really big snow event. Let me see where the numbers are right now. Because when I left, it was at 8 inches, I believe. Let me see. So before I sign off tonight, for the record, we're getting over a foot of snow. My area is getting 8 inches on Sunday. That's Sunday night. And 4 inches on Monday. But I think it's going to be more than that because I see the level. I think it's going to be like a good for my area. I'm in a valley, so that snow is gonna hit the mountain, and it's gonna be like it's gonna feed back, and the winds are gonna be really windy. I'm gonna build another snowman. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I'm gonna build another snowman, and we're gonna burn him, and we're gonna see if he melts. It's like, damn, right? That was nice, and you went evil at the end. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna burn him. We're gonna burn them for science to see if the snow melts. I say probably because it's a wet snow. So like the wet snow is like I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to do a test and put it on my shorts and my shorts. You gotta watch my shorts, my Pokemon shorts. Been pretty good at that. Put a nice little video at the end of the card, the last card of the hit or miss. With the miss, I still put the best last card, which is the reverse hollow, and I still make a little video for it. And the hit cards, I've been putting like double videos to show like it is an important card, and I've been pretty entertaining with it. I'm collecting, not for me, for my niece. She's too young right now. She's 4. And plus, if I was to give her these cards, she would mess them up. You know what I mean? So let Uncle Rick take care of it for the next 13, 14 years. And before she graduates, I'll cash them all out and put down for the car with the cells. That'd be a cool uncle thing to do. She gets her nice first little car. Insurance paid off for the first year, so she don't have to worry about that. And probably a gas card, maybe like a $500 gas card to start off. And then see how she progress, I think she's gonna be a good one. She'll be okay. She'll be a little wild. I can already see the wildness in that child. I can already see the wildness. But we're little animals growing up. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up. It was a good night. I truly appreciate you guys so much. And have a good weekend. You know, if you're living up here like Terry lives, but Terry's not gonna be so bad as far as like the snowfall. I think it's gonna be let's see. Start with a 4-cylinder. Yeah. No, it is gonna be a 4-cylinder. I ain't playing that shit. It's gonna be a 4-cylinder and it'll most likely be a 2-door. I don't want her to ride around with friends. You know what I mean? If she's gonna ride with one friend. We don't need a party. You know? So it's gonna be a cool vehicle though for her to start off with, you know. Nah, I don't care if it's a 4-door, to be honest with you. But it has to be a 4-cylinder. Because it's out in Florida. So it would be good on gas. It's something economical, you know, to get her point A, point B, you know, and she could put some love on the car, you know, because she can decorate it how she wants and stuff like that. But you know, she has a bright future ahead of her. My time is up. Her time is now. Chain of Truth is here. It's like the battle of the trains. It's the battle of the trains tonight. All right, guys. I'm out of here. I had a pretty long day. I can fill my tank with 30 max. Yeah, I mean, $25 for max, you know, to fill up on a vehicle. I think that's very reasonable for a 4-cylinder. You know, anywhere between 25 and 30 is very, you know, reasonable. You know, and it does last. The gas does, you know, if it's a newer car, yeah, it'll last. And she needs to show, you know, and prove to me how responsible she is. And that's going to be based and judged by me through her schooling in high school. I will find out. I'm very good at what I do. But 30 miles a gallon, that's what's up. That's not bad. Plus, you don't go out far anyways. Only when you have to go to appointments that you have to go to like Danbury and shit. It's a nice drive though. I'm not gonna lie. It was a really nice drive. I had a good time driving over there. It was so zen. I felt like a zen because it was like you saw some mountains and then you saw like the farmlands and then it goes through all these like changes through Connecticut. But it was a nice, beautiful, relaxing ride. You know, I was listening to soft rock. 80s soft rock. Yeah, scenic roads. Yeah, it's a real nice scenic road. Like going up there, like the way I went up, it was really nice. Like the mountains. It started after I left Waterbury and going like north. You see the mountains, like you see the like has like cliffs and shit. I was like, whoa, this shit must get dangerous in the wintertime if there's ice and shit build up. I wouldn't trust passing by there. I was like, hell no. But beautiful drive, beautiful scenic drive. It's so relaxing. I gotta do it again sometime. I gotta do it again. Go up there. Hopefully we get some more Pokemon because Pokemon's been on fire. I gotta get some more next week. I gave it. Today was the release day for Pokemon, but since I already got a lot of Pokemon pre-release, because Walmart had like a pre-release without telling anybody, and I so happened to walk in the morning because I usually go early in the morning to pick whatever I need to get because it's too fucking crazy in the afternoon and at the night. I like the freedom to be able to move without being blocked or having other people carts in the fucking way. That's why I like to go very early in the morning to do the shopping. So I went to Walmart and sure enough, I saw a couple of good items, which is the Sunday Heroes and deluxe pin collection. I picked up another box of the 151 that they had, and I picked up on the front here. There's two of them. They're the double pack of the Sunday Heroes. Isn't that? Oh, and a tin can too. I got a little tin can right here. It's hard to really see if you really like make it bigger. You probably see it. So I got a lot, and I'm putting a lot of energy on this desk. But all around me, sorry for yawning. I'm getting tired. I've been on here for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. I want to have some really good stuff, and I want it to be gradable and pass it on. I think it's a great gift to pass on. What do you guys think? I mean, the collection's cool and everything, but I'm not going to be here forever. I don't think I'm going to be here forever. So this could really definitely help out my niece in the future because they will hold value. And 13, 14 years from now, they will go up in value. So just gotta be, hopefully have the good luck and pull out really good stuff. I believe I got a couple of good gems within my collection. I have a good feeling a couple of them are pretty good gems. Like, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Yeah. I believe that 151 has a really big something in it. I don't know. You know why I feel like that? Because the box is so beat up. Like if you see the box, if it looks like it's been kicked around, dropped so many times, it's been so neglected and passed off. Nobody wanted it. And I feel bad for it. Because I feel like there's like something really good in it. Imagine if I pull a God pack of 151. I'll definitely get the 1,000 subscribers. I'll definitely get a 1,000 subscribers. Oh man, I feel like now are you gonna subscribe? That's the message I'm gonna put. Now are you gonna subscribe? With a question mark. With the hands maybe like this. If I get a God pack, oh yeah. Oh. Very rare to and very hard to do, but I've been seeing videos online and very beautiful cards. Very beautiful cards. Am I that lucky? Am I lucky to be able to pull out something like that? If you know, you know. No, I mean, it'd be I'll be very happy. Train of truth never lies. So I was very happy. I'll be excited, but my videos are ASMR, So I don't talk in my video. So I just do the opening and then go through the cards and then put it and then do a video for the card I pulled and attach it and put it in my shorts and train of truth. And that's how I do my videos. And it's getting good, a lot of attention. You know, the Valentine's one got a lot of attention. I got I got 19,000. No, it was 19,000. No, it was 1,900 people watched it. I was like, wow, 1,900 views. That was pretty cool. But I hope I pull really good cards. I really hope. I want to build a really good collection for her. And something sneaky because my sister doesn't know. Nobody knows. Like my niece is only 4 years old. She's gonna be 5 in May. So I'm gonna see if I'll be able to go see her in May. I'm gonna see what I'm gonna do with the knee for surgery wise. But I would love to go see and be over there for her birthday. Probably won't. I'll probably rip a couple of packs with her out there, but I gotta go and start opening and put it on camera. I only do once or twice a day, depending, because I want it to last. So I'm being patient too. I open like 1 or 2 packs a day, and I do that every day. So that way people be entertained with something, with an opening. And these are like live openings because I literally, like, after the show, I open up a pack. And then whatever I get on the show, and then I put it up at midnight. Usually at midnight, I tend to put up videos because that's like the time I tend to fall asleep. It's usually around midnight. So I will be putting one up tonight. And it's like I'm very impatient. I was like, I just want to get it out, and get people to watch it. Because California is still, it's like 9 o'clock there. The mountain time it's like 10, and they're still hours behind. At midnight here, it's 9 o'clock in Cali. So there's people out that way and around the world too. Because I got people from Indonesia and Japan are watching my channel. I got Indonesians and Japanese watching my channel and watching my shorts. So thank you. What is it? Arigato? Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. But I'm ready to go to bed. So I want everybody to, if you live up here in the north, I know Terry does, stay safe, my friend. I don't think it's going to be so bad for you because you're so north and to the west. So I think this storm is only going to bring you about a good maybe about 4 inches, maybe 4, maybe 5, 3. I say 3 to 4 inches. Maybe you get a squall band that'll drop another inch. So under 5, I would predict for your area. Here about a foot. Like, Rick, didn't you have a foot the last time? I was like, yup. It was crazy. It was good. It was nice drives. It was very you had to be careful, drive slow if you have to be out in the streets early in the morning. Yeah, just be careful out there. Other than that, enjoy the weekend. It's finally here. Thank God for Friday, right? All right, guys. Have a good night. Well, a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch you on the flip side. And we'll do this again Monday. Like Monday? I don't know. Monday for sure. I'll see you guys. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you guys. Good night.